Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は152日目です。It is day 152. We're starting with Bunpro today. We have a day 500 WaniKani tentative take. So that will be at the end of the day. And it is June 1st, local time. And we are starting our review month. So we do not have any lessons, any N4 lessons. Complete the N4 lesson block for both grammar and vocabulary. And now we're going to chip away at doing output practice. See if I can notice anything, change up anything, maybe even potentially extend the practice month by another month. We'll see. Today, I think the tentative goal is to cover our grammar review. Get right into it. All right. So, whether or not, I think that is whether or not. It's some sort of uncertainty. This is the you mark the no 動物はの犬かどうか。
今の動物は犬かどうかわからないけど怖かった。
それはlater 後でします。
それらは後でします。
このポスターを paste put up requests. It says please in parentheses. Guess we're just being very casual. Is that it? Ah, dang it. Oh, could it? Oh, no. This is slightly... Wow, I wonder what they say if you say okay. Oh. Can't. Oh, wait. Yeah. Request just wait.
このポスターを貼っておいて。
I was gonna do like the command, but I don't know if you can do present progressive with the command. Like the super, I forgot what it's, the masculine like command thing. Dozo kake, please have a seat. So I think this is the Sonkeigo for also to tell or order. Sonkeigo. So we're doing honorific. Like maybe like okake de kake wait. Maybe this is a blending of, oh, I did it again. Nasai. We're doing okake nasai? No. Okake nasai. Dang it! Please have a seat. Hold on. A polite way to ask someone, pay respect to the listener. Yeah, that would be honorific. Oh, do I do? It could be do. So wait. What? Oh, the stem is improper. Oka enasai. What? Oh no. Akake Heck. Kake. Is it just kake? That doesn't make it. Oh yeah, maybe. Because it's the stem, right? I don't want to combine the two. I did this a couple of times already. Like maybe okake kudasai.
どうぞおかけください。
Okake kudasai. Okay. 子供の imprecise time にはよく公園で遊びました。Around the time I was a child. Like Toki? Neat? Koro?
子供の頃はよく公園で遊びました。
Koro wa? 公園にいました。明日試合があるので、今夜よくsleep. Is this the same? No, it's 眠る station pass. Like, oh, in such a way. Probably so such a way, so it's a way, so yoni suru? Yoni iu? Old? Ni ita.
明日試合があるので今夜よく眠るように言った。
Yoni ita. Okay. Oh, cheesecake. Oh no, that's not cheesecake. Chewy, and then suru verb. Sonkego combined. Chewy, suru it. So that means I'm looking for the honorific of suru. Suru. Honorific. This is probably nasaru, right? Nasaru. So nasatte. No? Wait, is nasaru? Huh? Or is it no? Oh no, that's nasai, shinasai. Yeah.
注意しなさい。
This is I need the command. This is a command, not to do. So we are using nasai, and then we need to add it to the stem. Yeah. Johnny Depp wa Canada. Not only just like dake oh, Nihon mo visit 訪れたことHuh. Not only is probably a dake moment, or is it? Yeah, dake de no. Yeah, yeah. だけでなく。
ジョニー・デップはカナダだけでなく、日本も訪れたことがある。
育てることがある。ホテルに泊まるなら、what? カミソリ。necessary. A razor. A phrase that highlights a specific, necessary. Probably のがある。
ホテルに泊まるならカミソリを持っていく必要がある。
このストレージに虫がいる with the kanji. Oh yeah? Okay, that's fair. Storehouse, yeah. So... What? Wait. It's very... Kai is very masculine until yes or no. We are looking for a grammar point nuance if I wonder. Right, but it says masculine too. Okay. Yes, darouka. Oh.
この小屋に虫がいるのだろうか。
Okay, I need to know what is the difference between saying masculine in the subtext or 店員さんとはeasy to話した it says past tense or do I maybe it's I do the stem then followed by yasu and then katta. Yaskatta.
あの店員さんとは話しやすかった。
Wait, there was a ya in there. Oh no, just kidding. I conjugate. I'm like, I lost track of my thought and thought ya was an article. All right. What do we have here? Tobacco wa hatara? Karada ni warui to iwarete iru. Oh hey, iwarete iru. That was yesterday's point of view, right? It is said or it's considered. Yeah. By saying. Iwarete yesterday's grammar point. And yet, contrastive. Deska. And yet, oh. Tome. And yet, contrastive. Despite the, sorede. Oh, yes, sorede because of
タバコは体に悪いと言われている。それでも、やめにくい。
やめにくい。私の姉私の姉は歌う and できる ができる? Oh, got to normalize. Oh,
私の姉は歌うことができる。
私の好きな映画が見えるたらいいね。Oh, wait. They provide. Wait, able and see with meter. A construction that expressed ability to can't see, but using meter. I was gonna use potential. Oh wait, isn't just the potential then just meter? Wait, mietara. Check my conjugate. Oh no, mirare tara.
私の好きな映画が見られたらいいね。
ano, police officer. Ano, 警察官,警察官,警察官. Wait, am I? 警察官は、1時間以上を見返る。Continue to patrol. Like, ita? So are we using like mi kaete mi it's mi kaete ita maybe. Let's see. Mi kaete wait, it I am not sure. Or not. Continue to patrol. An action that's being continued, over and over again. So you could use like present progressive, or like not present but past perfect. Oh no, we could, maybe it's because it's kaite. Ikaite ita. No? Well, darn. Wait. I think Iru is fine. Huh. Continue. Instance. On accident. I am unsure. Maybe I'm making. Oh, mawa. Mawa, not my wa. So me. Wa. Mawa. Mimawa de. Matte ita. Oh, that's shit. No? Huh. Imate. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, hang on. How do you continue to do something? Oh, it's probably to use continue. Maybe mimawa ari. Let's just go with mimawa tsu eta. No, I need to check my conjugation. Okay, tsukeru is ichidan, right? So that means that me.
あの警察官は1時間以上見回り続けた。
Mawari. Okay, so I got the read incorrect on this. This is both mawa and, or actually maybe not. It might not even have a kai. And then done for tsukeru on. Alright, so that's a read problem. Haisha. Arrive. With Viet? Okay. Hanji. Onkeigo. Will. Could be using suru, but a different suru. Or it could be naru. Probably. So omieru ni no ni naru no wa
歯医者がお見えになるのは3時です。
うまくいく going good うまくいくください in parentheses ね optional oh I pray that it will go so I think I need a article here too. So like no, don't need. No, I don't. I'm the one time.
うまくいくように祈ってね。
Oh, because it's probably adverbial. Sneaker mata dry mata katai Hawaii ten nai no okay Kawaki ne Kawaki hard Kawaki nigai also probably this one's hard. Like you don't know if it's using puff as in so they could be referring to nikui, but it could be zurai because you're not sure if they're expressing a feeling or not.
妹 あのスニーカーまだ乾いてないの？姉、そう、乾きづらいのよね。
Yeah, so more emotional than that. Akabori? No. Weather. Para? Heck. Contrastive particle. Demo.
サッカーでも
でも
卓球でも彼ならスポーツは何でもできる。
でもできる。あまり、音が出ない。出ない。見てください。Oh no! I thought it was me. Isn't it me? Or no. It's probably... Okay, so that's maybe like no yoni de kudasai. Heck, you don't need... Oh my gosh, I don't really know anymore.
あまり音が出ないようにしてください。
Okay, I need to figure out... I don't know. I don't know when and where I need to... Because denai... I think there are more situations where yoni is being used to... I'll have to review all together. Oh, そんな顔をしているが、本当は飛びいた。次。 Heck! Wait. Oh, I needed to add looking serious. It's looking serious. My bad. 真面目そうに。そうな。
彼は真面目そうな顔をしているが、本当は遊びすぎだ。
I totally forgot about the adjective. 明日の準備を half done. Stop? Wait, what? I don't understand. Half done? Oh, I guess. What? We're looking for a grammar point that may be used with transitive verbs, emphasizing something was intentionally done or left in a state, often as preparation and half done. Oh, like, but していたので hence. Oh, right. Wait. Wait. What? Oh my gosh. We're looking for grammar that only be used with transit emphasizing. Oh. Wait. That's sudo though. Wait, so what happens when it's sudo? Wait. Hold on. It's only used with transitive. Where is it? No. During. To show that something has been left a certain. Oh no, it's aru. Aru no de.
明日の準備をしてあるのでもう寝ます。
Okay, so aru is the one for the transitive thing. はゴミ箱に toss. What is that? 捨てるね、捨てる。Oh, 捨てる。Versus 捨てる。Hut. Who's hut? Tossing. Is this the really aggressive one? Like, did it? Oh. More strong challenge? Did it? Did stronger nuance? I thought it was. Wait, oh, is it? Yeah, it is that one, but I forgot the conjugation again. I yeah. I thought you just take the you don't just take the A column? What is the N for do? Yeah. No? Oh wait. Is this an Ichidan? Oh, this is probably an Ichidan. Yeah, Ichidan. So, Stero.
ゴミはゴミ箱に捨てろ。
Stero. Dang it. No, it's the Ichidan ending. What in the world is that? Oh.
いらっしゃい。
I see. Oh, 荷物を献上 volitional hold. What is to? It's not she, right? Omachi Nasai. No. Shall we? Probably need an ending. Pretty much it's. Don't know how I take your back. I don't know if you're gonna do something for some way, or if I do like. Like, no. Ah! Okay. I like your own, right? So, a very humble. Yeah, so maybe Suru. So, Omachi. And then I have to make it volitional. So, sure. Wait. I screwed up. Omo.
お荷物をお持ちいたしましょうか？
Oh, or a mochita. I misread mochi and machi again. リンゴを食べる、actual what? We're just like, what? Oh, gosh. Contrasted. Oh, gotta be no, right?
あのリンゴを食べるんですか？
Or Listo. Wow. Oh. Listo. Oh. Yukyo. Inclusive. One of many. What? Wow, that's maybe that's one thing from within a whole category. So no, let's
キリスト教は宗教の一つだ。
子供に何回も起きてろ。Additional, even though I told this the quote. No. Temo?
子供に何回も起きてと言っても起きなかった。
スーパーは曜日ミルクするできる Okay. Wait. できる Let's try a different particle. Or like oh, wait. What's a different particle for this? Data made from or different particle. Wait, what? Oh, from. Could you try another way to conjugate it?
スーパーは木曜日にミルクからできる製品のセールをするよ。
Okay, that's fair enough. I used the past tense of dekiru. 良くなるよ。I want you. Like ように勉強して。Oh no no no. 勉強してほしい。Oh, I forgot the yoni. Dang it! I even started with yoni.
"頭が良くなるように勉強してほしい."
Okay, but that doesn't require any particle in the front either. So, alright. Lionがヤングルの王様 said, are we doing like whole space? Gotta stop hitting space. Maybe Tonieru? Tonieru? Aggressive. Do I need? Hold up. Said that. We got multiple of these. Maybe it's got. Let's see. What? Be considered. So to said. Omo. I got kanga. Wait, we got thought, right? Kangaeru. Kangaerete. Kangaerete. Rarete. There's also omo. Warete. And then there's iwarete. Like to iwarete iru.
ライオンがジャングルの王様と言われている。
That has an optional dot. 彼の会いたくないけど。Negative polite. No, this is typically negative. How do I do out? Okay. No. Do. Awa nareba. What? but I must meet him, right? Something less formal than naranai. I thought it was ikenai. Maybe I misspelled. I had this problem yesterday too. So it's in between. What is in between these two? It's, you know, it's more polite than ikenai. And then I ended up adding just des.
彼に会いたくないけど、
Oh,
会わなければいけ
ikemasen.
ません。
That's right. I can conjugate ike. Geru. Mazu soji wo for me omo suru. I will have you. So that works for suru. Oh, it's a favor to me. So kure kure. We'll have you. Different grammar structure. Maybe I'll get it. No. Doing something for someone else? Yeah. Oh, shite. Is that what they want? No. A different grant? Oh, maybe I'm receiving it. Oh, yeah. Or, もらう。
まず掃除をしてもらうと思う。
First, I think I will have you clean for me. Hold up. You're getting someone to do something, but it's usually for you, is what this was, or it's for you. So I thought kureru would be fine. Interesting. Only that寂しそうにしているからhug for them. So like してあげるあげましょうあげましょう Oh yeah, it's not asking for a invitation.
寂しそうにしているからハグしてあげましょう。
私は例えばねあそこにあるイタリアンレストランのような絵を作りたい。
私は例えばそこにあるイタリアンレストランのような店を作りたい。
日本のパンケーキのスペシャルパンケーキ天井が出す is oh wait existence. What is wait. I'm just gonna go with gozaimasu. Oh yeah, de gozaimasu.
本日のスペシャルはホットケーキでございます。
Oh, hoto, not pancake. Oh my gosh. Hot cake. Okay. 結婚式で80万円かかる。I am unclear about suru and kakaru. Kakaru dress. Wait, hang on. There's a. Although this is used regard to money, this is used sometimes to say that something takes money. We're looking for a grammar point. Yeah. So.
結婚式で80万円するドレスを着ました。
The way they describe kakaru is very similar to suru, so I'm Jerry's out on that one. Kokiki, no. Yes. Koki, 飛行機に乗りたいなら right 空港に literary 出ればならない。To use that, you'll need to use the negated form of the prompt. Oh. Am I making this harder? What am I not getting the... ikanare. What? Nai, right? Ikanakireba. Nai. Oh.
飛行機に乗りたいなら空港に行かなければならない。
Man. 行かなければならない。最近からスマホでのプラス最近できているスマホ出るpotential? This が見える。Try another way of conjugating this structure. It can be seen. Oh, are we doing like considered maybe? Like thought, observed. Okay. Wait. No. Different. 見られる。
最近ガラスでできているスマホが見られる。
俺の寿司は low confidence like もしくlow confidence もしく and then like 損なで損にでそうです right whoops right just so oh oh is it just a moshi so often with low confidence appearance. Maybe I really thought you just put soul. Maybe mitai? Or is it soul comes before? Yeah. I thought it was almost. Oh no. Oh. Koichi. I don't want to talk about it. I have the wrong adjective.
あのレストランの寿司は美味しそうです。
I have the wrong adjective. Okay. That was embarrassing. Emphasis on. Alright, so we have the adjective on time. Yeah, maniao on time. Emphasis on cause. I mean, we could just do like maniate. Oh? We're looking for grammar point so that in order to in such a way, as opposed to providing a conditional. That was a conditional. In a way, so yoni probably. So like maniate. How do I put it in front of?
"間に合うように数分早く出るつもりだ."
どうしたの？恥ずかしいのかい？
ごめん、卵を全部and is completely used all passive causative unintentional, or just finish but by accident. So shimao kutte shimao shimatta. Standard pass. Oh no, skatte shimatta.
ごめん、卵を全部使ってしまった。
Okay. conjunctive previously mentioned. So this is kind of close to それで therefore それに no? Soれでも? No. But still. Therefore. I really thought. Okay, それでも is nevertheless. それで is because or so. Oh, wait. それで works. それに is moreover. それで works.
JLPT に合格したいです。それで毎日しっかり勉強をしています。
At last, yeah. So. Befitting. Is that considering? Like typical, yeah, expected typical of itself. So it's one of the considers. Oh, wait. It could be. Wait. Or just らしい. Oh, it's probably らしい.
やっと夏らしい日が来たよ。
滝? Is it 滝? 滝の音はよく起きてここからでも here. Can hear? What is this? Can't hear. Can hear. Oh, well, I said see. And here is. Oh. I do not need. Oh, because there's nothing there.
滝の音はすごく大きくて、ここからでも聞こえます。
Light. What in the world? Oh, たくさん. That just cold. たくさんが、単に30回はcasual must have to, but casually. How many versions have I done? Casual. Oh, because of something bad might happen. There is one for consequence. Like, it'd be Naito. Yeah.
子だくさんだから1週間に30回は選択しないとダメ。
ダメ。Yeah, okay. What else can take? So, いけない Ikenai still, okay. And then dame. Okay. And Naito has different strengths. Wait. Make the emphasis more casual. Okay. And then generally not used, right? And then it's regularly abbreviated, but it has the exact same meaning. 私の牛乳を全部難しい誰がによ as passive, so like no, not yo. This is the causative form. We are looking for the passive form. No. Huh? Hey. How do you... No. That was no. No, ma.
私の牛乳を全部誰かに飲まれた。
僕は、僕は、日本勉強 just now だけど in the process, so that would use she, it's not in the we would do している for sure, because that's in, and then maybe like 間 ni. Can you remove something from the... Oh, I don't need Aida? Wait. Oh, because I dakedo. Because right now, dakedo. Wait. Eiru. Different grammar structure. While I was using while in process. Different structure. Probably Tokoro then. So shiteiru, still same thing. Shiteiru, Tokoro. What? Shiteiru, Tokoro.
僕は今日本語を勉強しているところだけど。
だけど。I typed something incorrectly there. 彼には一度no more than one. Oh, I need no more. Ska. Oops.
彼には一度しか勝っていない。
Yeah, I forgot the shika for no more.
もし君が文法を勉強したら、日本語を喋れるようになるでしょう。
夜遅くまで働きます。Furthermore, それに、もう早いです。
夜遅くまで働きます。それに朝も早いです。
朝も、今日はデザートを食べなく、によかったです。or, wait. よかった。glad? I'm missing a particle or something. Messing up a particle. Or is it glad for someone? What is it?
今日はデザートを食べなくてよかったです。
なくてよかった。That's kind of weird because I would think of the te as part of 食べなくてよかった. Or maybe it's supposed to be. No, it's not part of the verb. Oh, goodness gracious. Which wonder, I wonder. Okay. Oh no. Daibu. Better. More. Healthy. Daibu. だから、だから、introspective. My guess would be not a かな。
だいぶ元気になったから薬は飲まなくていいかな。
勉強していない文法 there was からテストに合格。Okay, so there's nai, there was not, and did not. Shinai, no? Inexpress. Not something which doesn't or isn't. It's not nai with. Something. No. I think it's Nayan. Oh, Nayan Wanai. Oh, because of. Probably. Oh, Wanai Kara. Hence? Oh. Past tense.
勉強していない文法はなかったからテストには合格しました。
But not. Oh man, this one is so. Okay, okay, hold on.
勉強していない文法がなかったからテストには合格しました。
Nakata kara. Chugokuko style. Ooh.
中国風のドレスが欲しいよ。
ですが、いつ美術館に行く。決めしたか？
いつ美術館に行くか決めましたか？
決めましたか？Oh, yeah. Oh, this might be process during. So oh, yeah. 焼いて？
パンを焼いている間にお皿を出した。
Okay. 先週末スキーをにしみた Could you check this is not used with the stem form? Oh. してみた。
先週末スキーをしてみた。
Dang it! What is it like? Check spelling.
納豆は変な匂いがするから食べれるかしら。
中に住んだら車 necessary それ必要です。Oh. Oh, it's just ga.
田舎に住んだら車が必要です。
自分のミス Oh, 自分のミス Notice. Do we use sight? Or what other form of notice is? I think we use sight. Or no, key. So like 日が使った。はい。As polite. したか。
自分のミスに気がつきましたか？
私は生徒に勉強することをpositive ま polite. I let students enjoy. So, on causative. Hmm. You know, auxiliary verb that's used when some. So it's se, right? So tanoshi. Tanoshi. Steady.
私は生徒に勉強することを楽しませます。
So, what is that? Ryu. No. Oh, Rusu. Rusu. Past tense seems that. Okay, so this one can be any. This can be one of two things. One of three things. Right? Seems that. Or it could be using mieru. There is a toll there. Wait, I think all of them use toll. Yeah, all of them uses toll. So we're gonna go with the I first. It's gonna be I. So, mieta.
家に行ったけど留守と見えた。
はいと、家と、only response, right? Yeah. I think I don't. I do. I need some sort of quote. Right? Only response. All that exists. All that exists. Only I have no idea other than just do all that exists. One specific. I have no idea. I think. Just Naito. Or Iwa Naito. Oh, Iwa Naito? No? I do not know what you are referring to. You can only respond. Oh, okay, still oh.
はいといいえしか言わない人とは話しにくい。
Fair enough. I could still use shika for the only. Potential. And then just and I mean, can't we just write maybe like table. Yeah, non-sequential contrasting states. Casual, simple, conjunctive form. I mean, oh, hiki. Wait. Yeah. I might have typed something. Hikete.
彼女はピアノを弾けて、ドラムも上手に叩ける。
エスプレッソ other than 以外のコーヒーを
彼はエスプレッソ以外のコーヒーは飲まない。
Excuse me. この街にwhat is that? 海賊が住んでいた。It is thought, so we're gonna go with と。Let's go 考え。考え what? What was the end? 考えている。の考えられて。
この町に海賊が住んでいたと考えられている。
Oh my.
この町に海賊が住んでいたと考えられている。
考えられている。考えられている。いいよ。Advice. How did the advice? This was yesterday. No. Tarado. Eh? So, and yesterday I had a problem with it. So we're gonna go hiro de tarado. どうですか? Or hiro だったら Oh. Yeah, I don't know how the Tara thing works. So like Hirota. Hirotara. Yeah, I legitimately have no idea where they put the conjugation. Is that not what I wrote the first time? Hirotara doho.
あそこの
Okay.
ゴミを拾ったらどうですか？
It's still the same thing. Yesterday I was trying to figure out where this construction is coming from, and clicking through all the notes and stuff, it didn't lead to that. It was highlighted to in E adjective past tense, which doesn't explain at least it didn't to me explain the conjugation. So I came to the conclusion tentatively that all godans have a tsu, a silent tsu, and then tara, and all ichidans is just the stem plus tara for the time being. Generally, mostly.
このサイトにいる人は大体真面目な人だと思う。外国語を学ぶときはそれが必要だからね。
だからって、ないでしょうね。ないだ。Oh, wait, what did that say? Less than, at least, oh, we are doing comparisons. So that's the number. Probably what tonightでしょうね. Oh, what is in front? What do I need in front? I don't know what I need in front of this. Probably could I? Or could
付き合っているんだから手ぐらいはつないだでしょうね。
I don't know what this. Oh, wait. No. I don't know what this is. No, I don't. Probably revisit something dealing with holding hands or not. So this is holding hand. I don't know. No. Yeah. Come back to that. Oh, we got 32 more. Maybe I'll. Everyone's pretty good today. Anji. Ana. I just learned. Just is. Dake. Enari? No, dake kari? So, mata. No, ta. It's anata. Anata bakari. or wait. Nara, not mana. Nara, nara, kari.
その漢字を習ったばかりなのに、
Okay.
もう忘れた。
取らないの。喋らないで。Ah. Oh, shut up, Nama. Or me. No, pass. Oh no, non-pass, polite requests. It's polite. Probably just like damate ite. No? Damate. More polite? Oh wait, yeah, we're going with more polite, just kidding. Kudasai? Let's try a different grammar structure. Okay. Yes. Okay, how about not using a casual request? Koichi. Oh, I can't do. As a request. Do I make something more polite as a maybe. Oops. What's going on? I have. Oh, probably then. Damate. Ite. Itadakimasu? No, that's a humble. We're not looking for a humble request, right? Favor done for them, right? Oh. I genuinely have no idea what I'm going to do other than oh. Oh, four. Oh, okay. We can use kureru. How would I know that you could? How do I know that? Yeah, for me, I guess for me is the contextual. So what? So it ends up being 黙っていてくれますか? Oh, because I'm asking a question.
"喋らないで黙っていってくれますか?"
That's gonna be a work in progress for sure. Yote desu ka?
いつ日本語を勉強し始める予定ですか？
たまたま。ていた。Oh, どころ。I was thinking. I misspelled.
友達はたまたま友達に会う。君に会いたいと今思っていたところだわ。
Oh.
急に立ったから目の前が真っ暗になってしまった。
In the event of. That is. Event. Not whether or not. There are 場合だ。の場合は
山が崩れている場合は運転をしないでください。
この映画は3時間半かかるから飲み物とかポップコーンとか買っていこう。
On what?
彼はあの
Okay.
船に乗ってアメリカに来た。
So that happens during A while B being more. Mata tokoro da no. Huh? Check conjugation. It's no. Ah. Wait. How do I must have a different conjugation. Oh, it's probably not A form then. Probably. Yeah.
友達を待ちながらコーヒーを飲もう。
Got 23. I think we're just end at 80. It's fine. That's good enough for today. 2 hours is a little bit rough. Okay. So what is very weak though? Like there are so many things per week. From a just reading point. Because we'll keep practicing at it while we're going. Slow and steady, I suppose. Slow and steady. Yeah, we'll end up catching up tomorrow. Pretty safe going in. Gotta make room for vocabulary. I think vocabulary will be a bit refreshing. Largely because we're just recalling target words. But maybe an opportunity to read more. Alright. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. A little shy under 2. I don't want to exceed 2 hours, really. Alright. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss your approach, right? Your approach, share ideas, experiences, keep each other motivated to learn. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第505天. It is day 405. Doing our relaxing days here. Go into our character stuff. And then adding a bit of vocabulary on top. Slowly retiring some of these. All right, we can use dry for this. It's fine. I think I stopped using syringe for some time now. Okay.
9、10、
Oh no. This is loosen the bows. Okay. Huh.
7、
Kind of like dim or like shade it, like clear. Oh, the other way around. It's clearing the place, clearing the tree to be clear. Dang it. I got the opposite from that there.
撇、
That one's rough. Very rough.
4、
That one's okay.
肺、
Oh, not that. Expense. Wrong Fey. Fey is also boil, but not that one. And it's it's similar radicals. Gotta be careful here. Dang it! There's a 50-50. C. T. Yeah. Okay.
淡、
I don't know which done this is. How do you... oh, however. Not so, however, but... how they identify it? It's okay. It's not that, so it's definitely bot. Piece, yeah. Wrong tone. It's probably no or coward. So Rule also has this, but it's what, child in person? Probably child in person. Yep. Or I mean, the radical person, which is Confucian, and then child is child. All right.
Vâng. 霸、举、
How narrow. Okay. Could be Lee. No, it's Lee. It's still. Oh no, Lie. It's the grin. So this has a li in it, but it's a pivot to li. Oh no, wait, it's a Leah. What's a li? Oh, li is brainstorm. Leah to line up. And there's also intense. That's a mistaken identity. Gotta be careful of the middle thing. Line up as in Retsu, right? Retsu. Dang you. Chi. Probably off this. There's Yi for overflow. I is with the one with the hill. Down. Yi is bent. Oh, it's Yi. No. So I gotta separate narrow hills, the benefits of narrow. Oh, we can actually write something here. Not the greatest.
C 爱枪
That one's rough. Very rough.
咧
Ah! Chlorine. Not chlorine. Qing oxygen. Hydrogen. This is a 50-50. No, that's afflict. Oh no. That's Zhong for loyal. True is skewer. It's slightly different. It has another box.
吸刷
Oh, that's a one. It's a one song from Mulberry.
桑治
It's a pimple. Wait, it's a pimple, right? Oh no, it's a birthmark. Dang it. Why do I want to type R all of a sudden? That's not R.
星
So the clue is the soul, right? Yes.
诺
This one, it's a functional conjunction. Oh, this one's bad.
出
Yeah, that's really rough.
流
Not gemstone. Sulfur. Sulfur. What the? Oh no, it's Yao with the shoots and that one's not good.
中
Okay. I want to say it's yeah.
节
This one's rough. Kind of like hero. Oh, this is so tough. Okay. I don't have any more for the time being for that. How do I warm? Uh, 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 non, yeah, non, where's this? Oh, it wasn't pimple.
Yao I
Shame, grief. Oh no, grief. Better. Like depressed. You know. Oh, is this like? Oh no. Knee. Heck, tired of these things. Nothing looks like this. There isn't anything that is close to this. Either.
An
Oh, one, boom. Some part of me wants to just write Jung, but I don't think that's right. Why do I think it's like... One. Dang it. Covering about the... disappointment.
智
This is him hiding out, tired,
逆
being chased.
优
It's not Yi. Right? What? Oh, it is ye. Capture. Out. Too soon.
Gu. 念 晚
I don't want this to be stubborn. Right?
全
Irresolute.
富
What the cowboy? Not. Turn over or overturn, yeah. Say what? Oh, okay. Oh, Chan. Huh. Yeah, oh. I wrote the wrong. Lei, not Lie. Or kind.
减 东 谢
Uh-oh. Oh, unload. So the road is the key. Unexpectedly meet. Road, way is the key.
暖
Special.
意
This one was disappointing. It lines up with oh. Why is the key?
岭 摇 鱼
The elm?
漂 音
Oh goodness. I'm gonna say Oriole. Oh, it's probably Mandarin duck. Oh no, it's a parrot. Oh god. Okay, parrots are the pears. Okay. Parrot pear. Got it. Alright.
绝
Wanted to say Tan right away. Tan. Dang it, sigh. Wrong tone. Say what? Oh. What? Oh, wrong location. Or, dang it, wrong location. Stunned.
插 探 冲饿累了
Not that. Something to do with the fingers. Like. Not strong. Definitely not strong. Put in storehouse. What? Okay, probably Chung. Stagger. But
碗
not a python. Oh wait. This might not actually be. It's a characteristic. Oh no wait, it probably, yeah, a characteristic. Wriggle. Oh there, Jama. Hello.
胃
This is a characteristic too, luxurian.
台
Oh no, I think it's Polonia. This is probably Polonia. Oh no, it's not Polonia. Moss. Ugh. All right. Hmm.
厨
You found the charger, by the way? Nice. Very nice.
鸡
Not really cool. It's a chirp. Alright, and then wiggle, the characteristic.
深
You also try wearing the watch while swimming? Oh, okay. Nice having wearables. Yeah, wearable tech. N is grown because it's an utterance. Um,
路
who? Quay? Oh. Right. Right. I think oh no, I can edit that. We'll come back to it. I can edit that. The guy hit in the wheel. Got hit in the. He groaned by getting hit in the wheel. Got hit by the wheel. What? The. Probably none. And then it's mumbling for Ned Flanders. South.
Fan
Right up.
和 鱼
Heck! That's Jen.
南 离 卷
Okay. That's Chong. Chong for anxious. Hmm. What are you measuring with spray? Something makes me want to type like wah.
蛙
Oh, it's lying low. Or low lying. Uh,
经 扎
or like bind. And
亏
no music anyway. Yeah, brown noise. Ah, you were right on the mark really quickly. Just brown noise. Brown noise.
冲
Xiang aid.
鹅蝉 呛 撤
I lost it. This is gu, or what, Trey? Oh man, to limp, the limp, adding the limp, adding me to help with the limp. Okay. Okay.
顿
What? Oh, that's wrong. That's blunt. Okay.
西
You stopped playing Blue Archive and you're now on to Arknight? I noticed. Yeah. You're a very flavor of the week person. You have a whole history of your promiscuous gaming stuff. Oh, that's not right. This is gun or grip. Not tool. Wrong location.
绝
That's too like faint. This is more dull. Well, it's Discord. It's not like it's Discord, man.
学
Because of the annoying goats.
练
It's the top. I don't quite got you. Like, and Mandarin duck, of course.
香
Currently downloading the next game. Oh yeah, what's your next game?
霞瓜钻方好冤二蛋
Not frightened. Here. Okay, I mean it's close enough. But... Yeah, Mandarin Duck. Grand Blue Fantasy Relinked. Oh, you're playing a fighting game, huh? Oh no, wait, that's not a fighting game. That's the mobile. Oh, that's the same mobile. Yeah. Why don't you play a fighting game? Grand Blue Versus is pretty good. Re-Arise. Have you played that? I forgot if it's called Arise. Oh, it's probably Arise, not Re-Rise or Arise. Let me tell you a little story. Oh, it's called Rising. Okay, let me tell you a little story. I actually played Cygame's very first game. I think it's their very first game. It's called Rage of Bahamuto. Rage of Bahamut. And it was a gacha. It was a gacha game. It was the first mobile gacha game that I played. Tried to free to play it. And then you've played Grand Blue versus Rising? Oh, I see. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. But I did play Cygame's first one, and then that Rage of Bahamuto got like an anime, and then it kind of like got flipped, and then it got converted into Shadowverse. And then Shadowverse is what was Cygame's money maker before they convert all the assets of Rage of Bahamuto into the characters you see in Grand Blue. And then they side vested into like Grand Blue Fantasy. That's part of Cygame's deal. Cygames is kind of like MiHoYo. Oh, before MiHoYo was a MiHoYo. Yeah. So Cygames was one of the original, like the early like, hey, let's do gacha card games, like CCG card games, and they played like auto RPGs. So auto RPG, CCG hybrids. Then they split it up into a CCG to compete with like Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering and things like Limbus Company, like the Moon, the Korean developer. And then they split it up into like 2D fighters, tried to do like Art System Works stuff. So they basically like built all of this all these art assets from the CCG, and then they repurposed all of the art assets so they're incredibly recognizable. So all their side game characters, those like side game type characters, they're incredibly recognizable and across all of their things. So they technically share quote unquote a lore universe in side games. Shadowverse, Grand Blue, anything Grand Blue right now. And then they dabble in every single form of character collection. So fighting game is a character collection because it's character roster. Your CCG, your Relinked, and your Shadowverse. All of them deal with collecting things. So Cygames was like well before. It's interesting that they haven't dabbled yet in the open, quote unquote, open world character collecting, MiHoYo thing. So they didn't make like a Genshin Impacto competitor or something. Yeah. And right now, it's Cygames is like part of the bigger group, like Cygames, NetEase, MiHoYo, right? Perfect World, which is I Play a Perfect World game, right? P5X. And then their recent one was NTE. And then NetEase's new one that's going to come out soon is Ananta, which is somewhere in the evening. I mean, in Q4. So it's interesting. They're all relatively the same sphere. You have either your Korean competitor, your Chinese competitor, or your Japanese competitor, right? So those three. Although I do have to admit that Japan is actually taking a sidestep from doing that type of thing. Like Capcom is kind of the gold standard now. That's interesting. So they're like backing out. It's more like Chinese and Korean stuff. You really don't like the open world gachas? Yeah, they're action RPGs. So, you know, you got action RPGs. Otherwise, you can dabble into the Korean, right? The Korean side and hit up like Pearl Abyss in Crimson Desert. More interestingly, CDPR announced a new expansion for Witcher 3, so I gotta find a weird way of bringing Witcher back. Yeah, 10 years. 10 years and then new expansion. It was announced like last week. Witcher 3 is getting a new expansion. When you mention open world, right? Open world / the gacha thing, you go to Crimson Desert, then Crimson Desert leads into all the Western open world RPGs, and Witcher would be one of them. Unpopular opinion, Witcher 1 greater than all other Witcher games. That is a very unpopular opinion, yes. I have a edgier, older person opinion that always contrasts with you. Witcher is one thing, so it doesn't compete with itself. And that's how I typically view games. So it's kind of like you competing with your past self. Or you competing with other people. Apples and oranges. Or oranges and oranges, but they're still apples and oranges. So Witcher 1 is neither greater than the other Witcher games because they are apples and oranges, and also it's all one thing. So unless you really like to compete within yourself, that's always fine too. Yeah. So yes, I agree. Unpopular opinion, but I have, you know, I wanted to contribute more of a meta beyond that. I don't typically view competition within one. Witcher 1, you could also argue that Witcher 1 lived in order for Witcher 2 and 3 to run, right? Very similar. It's all part of the journey. Witcher 1 is Witcher 2 and 3. I think we don't talk about Witcher 2. I enjoyed Witcher 2 quite a lot. So still part of the whole thing. Don't typically pretend like a part of my, you know, a part of the process is missing, so to speak. You didn't? That's fair. I mean, based on your comment, it's a skill issue. Skill issue. Probably yeah, onerous. So this is a flex on Jian. Firm metal. Yeah. Hold on firm. But you can't. You went for a potion build, but you can't drink in fight. I see. Sounds like a I want my games to play the way I want situation. So that can be very disappointing. Hopefully you find a game that plays the way you want.
哼
I talked about our conversation yesterday too. The conversation the day before yesterday that we had. You and your German. Oh, and the German letters U O appearing had a chance to crash the game. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I can't particularly relate to that. Good to know. What am I doing?
锤
What? Oh. The... Sure, right, for bytes. Other location. So every 5th door I open crash the game because door is... Oh, and you interact... That sucks. And...
是
And does that mean you stop playing the game and you haven't played all of the game because... Oh, you took... Okay. Did you end up being able to circumvent that, or did you just stop? You finished the game? I see. In English. Let's see here. I wanted to write Thai right away.
彩
Bill Silk. Alright, and then we got 7 to do. Let's... What? That's not salsa. Oh. Sal. Yeah, 5. Salsa. They're brothers. Nope. Nope. Jong, or feeling. So original intent or initial intent? Original intent. What the?
嫂子
我的嫂子很善良。
Elder brothers. Wait. Whoa. Isn't that still the same thing? Sister-in-law? Mm,
青葱
加一些切碎的青葱，
朦胧
他在朦胧的月光下漫步。
It's not about how you want to play the game. Potions with 1/3 of the skill tree, but it's completely useless because you never able to pre-drink for the boss fight. And, well, you can't drink during it, so bad game design. They obviously fixed in Witcher 3. It sounds like it's not about how you want to play the game. Or it sounds like it is about how you want to play the game. So what was potions for? Nothing? It did nothing? I'll take your word for it. Oh, 停滞. 停滞, to stagnate, not die.
嫂嫂
我的嫂嫂很温柔，
I'm gonna be real with you. Whenever you say nothing, useless, like indicative form, I likely am going to just take your word for it, because I don't want to like counter argue you, but when you speak and you use English in like absolutes, it's probably not true. So I'll leave you to saying it's not about how you want to play the game, but people who say nothing, always, obviously, it never, completely, useless, it's generally your opinion. It's an emotional response. It's typically about how you want to play the game. If you were able to answer what it was intended to do and it failed to do that, you know, talking about the actual design, then I would be more willing to suggest that it wasn't about how you want to play the game. But since you phrased it in the way of so bad game design, when you didn't talk about the game design, you simply talked about what it couldn't do, then that is not a consideration of the game design. You considered the results. That's not game design, it's the results of the consequences of your action. I actually don't know. I actually didn't know about potions. I don't think I'd used potions. Sparingly. Maybe. It's been a while. Witcher 2 has been a long time. It's intended to drink potions to buff yourself up for fights. Uh-huh. And you said you were never able to pre-drink for the boss fights? And if I go and play Witcher 2 and I find out that you can never know when a fight is coming, okay, now the condition just completely changed. Okay, I suppose. So now the condition is you need to know when the fight is coming, and not that you can never drink before a fight. Right, so which one is correct? So when the fight starts too late, but that has nothing to do with never being able to pre-drink for a boss fight. So now you are contradicting yourself. So you can never know when a fight is coming, not that you can never pre-drink for a boss fight. Is that what I'm saying? Is that what you're saying? So it's always too late before the fight, but you can still pre-drink before a fight. It's just you never know when the fight is coming. So maybe in the future, and then you said in Witcher 3 they fixed that because they announce when fights are coming? Is that what you mean? Or did they just allow drinking potions in the middle of the fight? I genuinely don't remember what the procedure was. I do recall drinking before a fight, or I recall drinking when I suspect a fight. You can always drink? Okay. In Witcher 2, I suspect things. Yeah. You need to meditate? Yeah. Whenever it was intentionally that I meditate before I suspect that a fight is coming. But since you say you never know when a fight is coming, yeah, you never know for sure. That was kind of the, for me, it was kind of the point. And then Witcher 3 made it more casual friendly. So now you can drink at any time, because when you're not prepared or suspecting or expecting, sometimes you don't know, sometimes you do know, sometimes you're guessing. It made it more how you want to play the game. So I'm making a particular argument about it's about how you wanted to play the game. So they changed it because it was unpopular, right? So I agree with you. CDPR probably agree with you. It was a pain in the butt that people didn't like not knowing when fights are starting. So you had to basically guess when to meditate and then drink the potion before proceeding forward. So that was a quote unquote bad game design, right? Because it's not the way you wanted to play it. Like for instance, if I'm talking about, all right, I'm this guy, I carry a lot of potions, and somehow I need to reminisce that a fight is coming. So then I would drink the pots before I can precog my way through events in a CRPG or like an RPG style thing. It would be interesting because I'm curious, games like Baldur's Gate and stuff, I'm curious if that's kind of how that works, right? Where when you have an event happen, you hope that you know all the events to come so that you can use the skill beforehand. I think that's a good modern take on things. So it's nice that Witcher 3 has it and Witcher 2 doesn't. If I recall correctly, when I was playing Witcher 2, I basically just meditated whenever I thought a fight was coming. And then if the fight didn't come, it just meant I was prepared. And then you could say, well, then you're wasting resources. I'm like, I know. That's kind of the whole RPG style thing. Like, back in the day, in RPG, fights and stuff aren't announced to you. That's a modern design. Like, if you want your character to reminisce everything and whatnot, that is quote-unquote a way of playing it. Something that I'm not against or really advocate for. There are particular indie games that play on this intentionally, where you have skills that you have to guess when you're going to be able to use them. Because being prepared means you're always prepared, whether you know a fight is coming or not. So if I had to talk about game design and talk about CDPR, I'm not sure if their intent was that you were supposed to drink pre-fight, during the fight. It happens to be an unpopular choice, so they changed that in Witcher 3. I think the game design intent was you're trying to explain the game design intent. What you did when I asked you, what do you think the intended game design was? You explained it from your perspective of furthering your narrative, that it was an inconvenience, not whether it fit into Witcher 2 decision making or not. I think being able to drink while you're fighting is kind of ridiculous, personally, but is a huge convenience that I most definitely probably used in Witcher 3. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if I did use drinking in Witcher 3, other than like cat's eyes or something like that. I probably relied on signs most of the time. You can apply oils in fights though? Yeah, you can. It's one of the conveniences that they wanted you to have. What, are you saying applying oils in fight is ridiculous too? We can get on the bandwagon for that, sure. Like, Witcher 4, oil your weapon outside of fights too. I don't know what you want, but typically my comment is that it's either or. Like, or neither, or all the above. The idea is you're talking about game design from the perspective of the way you want to play it. In my opinion, it wasn't clear that you were making an attempt to see it from a different angle. Now, do I like that design in Witcher 2? Not particularly, because heck, I would love to pot potions and do all the things while in mid-action. I mean, that's what the game, right? That's what the game part is good for. Like, you want gaming conveniences, and I do enjoy gaming conveniences, like bandaging yourself while you're in midair, rolling or healing your health while you're taking a hit to the face, right? The game design things. I think modern gaming has definitely changed for more so choose your own adventure type. So like for example, it's nice that in Witcher 3 you can always drink. So you can still play like you were in Witcher 2. You simply tell people that or show people that, hey guys, I'm going to play Witcher 3 without ever drinking during combat, because now you have the flexibility of choosing if you want to drink during Witcher 3, and then you can like role play, right? You can do role playing mechanics like, oh, no hit runs or something like that. So no oiling during combat, but you can if you want it. So I think the modernization of games are great because they give you lots of flexibility to role play the way you want. Older games tend to be very restrictive in their design, so that's kind of what I would say. What I would say, because you said Witcher 1 was greater than Witcher 2 or 3, but now I'm not so sure. I think you simply are, in my opinion, you're an emotional player, and that's probably something to keep in mind. The second boss fight was in a peaceful area. You started a convo, it started a cutscene, and after cutscene you were in a boss arena, so the only way to know is to have played it before. Not true. But if you wanted to have premonition, then yes. Like you're making the point of being able to game the game. Like game the story. It's like, alright, sure. Like stop playing a role-playing game. Go play a tactical strategy game. Like, do you live life thinking you can predict everything too? I mean, I'm genuinely curious because, like, if you study Japanese, right, and you know when your exams are, imagine if you don't know when your exams are. You say it was possibly intended. I am not saying it's... Well, actually, I am. I'm saying there's a way to argue for it. And it would be really interesting if it was intended. I'm not saying that I know that it was intended. So I know you said it was possibly intended. I might make an argument for the possibility that it is intended. It is not a short-sighted choice. Because, like you said, hear me out, you made the converging evidence. You said, oh, they committed 1/3 of the game to a skill tree for potion making. And then you're suggesting, your argument, your original argument suggests that there was a lot of thought placed into using a particular skill. And then your argument is, oh yeah, they just overlooked this really crucial thing that plagues the game for the entire game. So now you're making the argument that not only did they invest a lot of time and attention to something, but they also didn't. So the idea is the likely case that both of them contrastingly happen is, in my opinion, probably less likely than assuming they both went in the same direction. And then when they changed it up, it's an admission that, yeah, they done goofed. So you might be saying, well, they only changed it because Witcher 2 fan base, right? Fan base argued and criticized them, and then now they know. Like, we don't know that. We don't know if they did Witcher 3 and they were like, you know what? Our intended design for this thing just wasn't that great. And then it agrees with, the people that kept complaining. So let's go change it. Win-win. So that's my inclination to think about. If a developer and a bunch of groups dedicated a bunch of time, your argument is that they spent a lot of time developing something. So you're making the argument that they spent a lot of time investing in something, so they managed to overlook something that was also incredibly terrible. It's, to me, the odds are like saying, hey, drama, you study Japanese a lot, and somehow you overlooked, I don't know, how to ask a question. Like, you studied a bunch of questions and you invested all in questions, and then suddenly, hey, you forgot how to figure out when to ask a question. That's kind of how I feel about some of those things. Now, we may never know. So maybe someone modded Witcher 2 so you can drink during the combat. I actually don't know if they went back and retroactively changed things, or like a fan modded it. But I imagine if it was very unpopular, maybe you can find a mod to play Witcher 2 in a different way. So perhaps enjoy it in that way. I do plan on doing a Witcher Legacy run at some point when Witcher 4 rolls around. Actually, probably Witcher 1 remake is... This is all your opinion? Yeah, so for me, I have no idea. I didn't keep up with Witcher 2. I clearly remembered, though, I basically just chugged. Like, whenever I entered like a new area, I would like, alright, it's good to be prepared. The reason why I say this is because I watch a lot of like Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, you know, Western fantasies. And the first thing I typically think about is like, man, is this guy friendly? So whenever I like go chat with someone in a particular event, I just simply meditate, chug up, and then trigger the event. So I actually do that ahead of every single event. Largely because I played CDPR on like Death March and stuff. So on the first run, right? Like I enjoyed CDPR quite a lot, and RPGs where they're like, if you set them to brutal, usually what you do is you basically hoard a bunch of things and you're always prepared. So whenever any event comes up and it looks like I'm entering a new location, I would just meditate, chug up, and then walk in. It's kind of like playing a detective or playing a well-traveled adventure. You're never too safe. So my intent was I played like that. Basically how I study Chinese and Japanese. You and I, we have different approaches. You go in, you see if it's right, and then you correct for it. And in the future, you can predict that. For me, I go in, think of all the possibilities, prepare for most of them, and then go in with a contingency plan. So that's kind of in Witcher 3, whenever you're watching someone play Witcher 3, it's really fun to see what type of people. Like, for example, I watch people like Co Carnage, shout outs to Co, and the people that I resonate with are those who are overly prepared. Like, I remember in Witcher 3, I actually oil all my weapons before going into combat. Like, in general, I rarely ever oil my like do maintenance on my weapon before, like, in the middle of combat. So it's one of those things, like, I hotkeyed all of my things, and I'm like, all right, that looks like a new marker, chug chug chug, go. so you're like constantly amped up. That's not to say that you don't think it's bad design. I actually think it is bad design for you. Like, so you opinions are important. So I think in modern games, the nice part about these game design is you can choose to play the way you want. So in older games, I totally agree with you though. Oftentimes bad design is more like limitations of intent is typically what I would make an argument for. Basically, it's not it's an intended design that they had, but it was also not in the modern age of flexibility. So nowadays, it is accepted, in my opinion, in modern, that when you use a consumable, there's no restriction on I still remember. Oh man, there were games where it's always serial in process. So like you always have to do one, then do all the other steps. So they never get like faster, basically. So you're doing like the grindy stuff, which is basically like if you're cooking, you have to prep the ingredients, right? Then prep the ingredients, then you have to like do the labor, do the footwork, and then you have to wait, right? Nowadays, you either speed up time, right? The speed up time mechanic is one of those. And then like if you do it once, then you never have to do it again. You can just shortcut it. So those things are really interesting in modern gaming, where like I used to play a game. I forgot which game it is. There was a game where you have to collect all the ingredients, and the ingredients have timers on them so they can go bad, and then you have to go through the process of making the stuff, and then you might be able to use it. So in the later games, when you learn the thing for the first time, you never have to do it again. so it's I like that personally. It's a time saver. Maybe it wasn't as bad. You just know you were really ticked off at some boss fights. I would agree. I think some of the boss fights were for me, when like a boss fight rolls me over, right? Like it rolls me over. I'm like, when I was younger, I was like, well, I guess I wasn't prepared, but it certainly still feels like suck. Nowadays, I'm a little bit more on the will play by ear, right? Roguelike games really have done the opposite most of the time. When you play a roguelike game, intent, right? Boss intent, intel. Like I play Persona games. Persona games are predicated entirely on intel. So, although Persona games are still the games where if you decide not to use the intel and you like go through a whole section, like a several hours section, and you keep pushing your luck, one boss fight can one-shot you in the face and you wouldn't be prepared for it. Basically like the whole cheap death situation. And I think modern gaming has made it so that all your skills at all times are always available, so that you can choose how difficult you want. Now, I totally agree with you about you have to play it before, like the first time, so you can never replace the first time, right? You can't elicit ignorance again. So roguelike games try to do that by like swapping up the encounter things, so it always feels like there's some semblance of RNG. However, I think very calculated people that are working on idealism, so like you always think of playing ideally in a specific way, it would be bad game design, because game designs are meant to be intuitive, right? So for myself, I usually find that if you say roguelike, you only have the binding of Isaac in your head. Oh, okay. So like Hades, you've probably seen Hades before. That's a action, right? Action roguelike that you can have, or like Dead Cell, for example, the Metrovania. Roguelike games have dead ends. You can have dead ends, right? And you wouldn't ever be able to predict them until you played them before. So like oftentimes you're saying you would never know this is the only way. The only way to know is you've done it before, you played it before. So roguelike aspect plays on that. And then they have to balance between the unpredictable or the probabilistic stuff versus your build. So like when you invest in an entire tree or invest in a build, and then suddenly you get metaed by a boss that you've never encountered before and you get slapped in the face, that's kind of the same feeling of getting really ticked off. And I think any of the players like that roguelike games would illustrate that over and over again, and it would be unattractive. Like, it would be an unattractive game design. However, the roguelikes were designed that way. They were intended that way. So the reason why I bring this up is because I know someone for a long time now, like for 5 years, and they rarely ever enjoy not knowing what's going to happen. Like, they don't like being caught outside of their ideal playing pattern, and therefore they like games like Resident Evil, Capcom games, right? Mostly Capcom games, games that have a lot of intuitive design, and the intuitive design is made to be built for the players who find it intuitive. And for myself, I think I've already set this up. You probably could have guessed. I'm the opposite. I enjoy the unpredictable. The whole idea is to see how much the developer can catch with your pants down. So, like puzzle games, you don't know what's coming. You don't know what rules are coming. You have to adapt to those rules as you're going. And then those rules can come and go and disappear. So for myself, games were like that, and I enjoyed those. Like Persona 5 is one of those things, or like Persona games where you go in like, I'm not gonna read the intel. Maybe I can figure it out, and then I get one shot by the boss, and then you lose like 5 hours of game time because you weren't prepared. There's no way you could be prepared for it. And yeah, those are rogues, right? That's the rogue aspect. Persona games aren't roguelikes because you can save the game, but points of the game are roguelike because you run the risk of getting your face slapped. Like the famous thing in Persona 3 is that when you farm, everything's predictable, right? And then suddenly death comes by and whacks you for 9,999, and you didn't know that was going to happen. Quite a lot of those. Kind of like how people don't like the Souls-like games when they have your cheap mimic deaths. Those things are a thing of the past. Auto-saving and quick-saving making some games boring, that's fair enough. But it only makes the games boring because it becomes predictable. And it's a safety net. So in my opinion, that's kind of the symptom of modern gaming. And you can turn them off, right? Auto-saving and stuff. Now in modern games, there's an option to turn them off. Not all modern games, but steadily, whenever there's a choice, there's a quote-unquote game design choice, they make it a choice. So I think when game developers, I'm not a game developer, but when I try to put myself in the shoes of a game developer, the idea is whenever they come up with an intent, the intent is to make it a choice. And that's how, in my opinion, most developers and publishers build their games nowadays. You can have an option, right? In Witcher 4, I'll be really interested. Actually, we'll hold the conversation until Witcher 4, right? I'm kind of curious. I call them accessibility options. The first thing whenever I play like a triple A, like a modernized, very big feature-rich game, not an indie game. Indie game has restrictions. Like Witcher 1 was an indie game, right? Because they were self-publishing at the time and it was like very rough. Most indie games like in Steam, you're kind of worried about, yeah, me too, because of Unreal 5, right? Yeah, fair enough. Like, I mean, I need to have a PC update before I even play Witcher 4, right? So, that's digressing too far from the point I'm trying to make. When a game is feature rich, one of the big budget games, I usually look at the options first. I did this even with like RGG games, like a Dragon games. You look at the accessibility, and you can glean from performance choices, like playstyle choices, by the options and the design that they have. So, like combat styles, skill trees, those are often intended designs, right? So now modern games, when they design a skill tree and one of the talents is to be able to drink potions during combat, then you know. Back in the day, it's kind of hard to not think it was intended. Not that I'm saying it is, like it always is, but generally speaking, in the older games, like games of the past, it is far more intended than it is a choice. So like they didn't sit there and say, yeah, you know, we're gonna, even though we can make potions drinkable in combat, how about we just don't let them drink potions in combat? Like, what I mean is, if you're designing something, there will be intent behind, okay, we should remove the use, like there is a, like someone wrote in cannot drink during combat, right? It's a null state, like it's a null in combat restriction. So it's kind of like making an argument, was it an oversight or they deliberately prohibited? Because when you're thinking about coding and doing things now, usually anytime you have to decide on a choice, like a restriction, you have to be able to toggle it or circumvent it. And that, in my opinion, has made games unironically boring to me personally. So that's an unpopular opinion. I don't like playing games where I get to choose how to play the game. I like playing games by playing by the rules of the arbitrary choices that the devs make, oversight and all, right? That's kind of my. It's not a way to, like, counter argue you or not. I'm not counter arguing you. I'm more sharing that you and I enjoy video games for very different reasons, I suppose. The performance and optimization will affect us both. So yeah, that's a really big concern because of the whole Unreal 5 situation, for sure. And I would need to, like, sell my arm and leg and kidney for a PC that's compliant. Divinity 2, only lifting a heavy box and throwing it on enemies, one-shotting everyone. Yeah. Lorian Games for you. So I brought up Baldur's Gate 3 because Baldur's Gate 3 represents, like, the CRPG of modern day. I'm a guy who likes playing, like, a Sokobon game. Like, you know, just pushing boxes. Like, so it's interesting that you and I contrast dramatically. And it's not a bad thing to want to play the game the way you want. Like, the way that's intuitive to you. I enjoy playing games that are counterintuitive to me, or like something different, like something that I'm not familiar with. So getting, like, sideswiped by a boss is pretty funny to me. It still feels bad to lose, obviously, I guess. But it is funny to get slapped and get caught unprepared most of the time. So when I play games, I proceed very slowly, like with great caution. And that's kind of because I look forward to seeing how the devs blindside me. Now, that's not an excuse for devs that simply put in cheap defs, right? Like, hey, here's a 50-50 roll. If you roll 0, you die and start over again. There are certainly games that I've played that felt like that. You do a 50-50, no matter how well you're doing. If you roll if you miss a 50-50, then you die, and that does happen. Skyrim, you can play how you want, but it's super unpredictable. I disagree. Skyrim is the progenitor for playing how you want. And the outcomes are super predictable. You're probably talking about the interactivity of the story and stuff. But the story doesn't lead to, like, you getting lambasted and taking taking an irreversible roll, or like Skyrim is a sandbox, so you get to play how you want. You didn't predict a random level 20 tiger one-shotting you and sending you back to 2. That's an open world design choice. That's an open world design choice. Level scaling in regional areas. Like, things are super unpredictable without the information. That's one thing. Things super unpredictable because someone doesn't read the signs. That's a different story. For me, I think the great thing about Bethesda games is that their results are super predictable. And you can play how you want because they're super predictable. The results, not the process. I was talking about the process. So, like, you didn't predict a random level 20 tiger one-shotting you in a region that is sporadically built because it's an open world game. That is a predictable result because the player chose how they want to play. You chose how you want to play, and you randomly got mauled by a tiger. Now, another person might not ever experience that. That's what makes Skyrim games, quote-unquote, unpredictable from person to person. So that's really great, but you're still playing how you want to play, and the results of the stuff you can always manipulate. Not necessarily like, oh, you want to use magic. Well, you can't. And that led to unpredictable results because then you learned how to use a bow. So those are, one is process oriented, the other one's result oriented. Like staying alive and dying are predictable results. If you stretch out of your comfort, if you push into a region that you're unprepared for, naturally random things will happen. Predictable results, but the process is unpredictable. So I totally get that that's exciting, that getting mauled by a tiger. The thing is, it's not designed in the process. Like, for example, you love to use potions during combat. Well, they'll let you do it during this one boss fight. And in the next boss fight, you can't. Because you got your pants caught. Like, that, it's a magic boss. Like, well, gee. Too bad. Right? That's would be the process-oriented thing. Where, you can't play the way you want, or you can play many different ways, but there are restrictions placed on you, and that leads to unpredictable results. So yeah, I totally get I used to play Morrowind. I didn't play Skyrim, by the way. The only Bethesda like Elder Scroll game that I played was Morrowind, which it's very interactive. Yeah, there's a lot of interactivity, and that leads to unpredictability. The open world design without the gated thing. No, I don't get around to playing the same thing, quote unquote. Unpopular opinion, but similar things. I'm more likely to play something that's unpredictable to me before revisiting something. Like a Dragon was the closest thing ever to playing something that's predictable. So why would I play something predictable? We talked about this too. You pride on mechanics. I pride on stories. So the only time I would play a game that iterates on its things would be story. And then you're gonna say, oh, well, Oblivion has a lot of stories. Elder Scroll has a lot of stories. Not a grand narrative. It is a choose how you want to play game. It's not a grand narrative. Like a Dragon has a grand narrative. So like a Dragon is incredibly predictable. Like everything about its mechanics is like RGG. Like it's defined already. So that part is not interesting. It's not interesting at all. And that's kind of what I mean whenever I say, well, if I were gonna play, if someone would ask me, would I play Blue Archive? No, I play P5X. Do I want to play like Genshin Impact? No, I play Neverwinter Online. And then someone would say something like, well, they're not the same. And then I would say, yeah, because one's Western fantasy and one's, Eastern inspired Western fantasy. And they're like, no. I mean, like, their mechanics are not the same. So you mean action RPG? It's like, are they more similar? Are they more similar mechanically than they are story-wise? Because that's how I would play it. So when it comes to Bethesda, there isn't a grand narrative. The whole idea that people like Oblivion and Skyrim is you get to play how you want, and your experience is unpredictable, right? In a different way. So unpredictability as a mechanic is neat, is very neat. I like when someone is taking me for a ride. So, like, I have no interest of playing, like, Starfield and stuff. You also have high replayability. I play roguelike games. I think when it comes to high replayability, I think it's a non-issue. So, again, the whole process is unpredictable. High replayability is different by saying you play the way you want multiple times if you want. Like, so you're like, oh, how else do I want to play now, right? Like, first you play through it, well, let's just say you played a melee build. It's like, all right, you're going to replay it again, and then now you just want to do something else. It's like, that's good. That's voluntary how you want to play. I want to be forced to play something with high replayability. So like a roguelike game, I can't play specifically the way I want. I play, it has high replayability because I'm forced to play different ways. What's of you are Quantum Dream games? Like, you're talking about the, like, story stuff? I haven't played any yet, so I don't know. Like Detroit Become Human, Beyond Two Souls, Heavy Rain, and etc. I haven't played any of those games. I enjoy those games though. I play games not by them. So like Quantic Dreams is like a high budget thing, but you don't have to list Quantic Dream games. I play games like Freebird games. Freebird games is actually, now that I think about it, Freebird games don't even have that choice matter stuff, like the choice web stuff. But visual novel games also use choice web stuff too. Oftentimes they're more set piece, right? Like the Quantic Dream does a lot of the set piece stuff, like this interactability in terms of story things. But that is not new to Quantic Dreams. So I like those games. I enjoy those games. Specifically, I haven't played Quantic Dream games though. I watch people play Heavy Rain and like Beyond Two Souls, as well as Detroit Become Human, right? I play games like To the Moon. I like watching people play like Amori, Requiem. They're like 16-bit pixel story games, which are incredibly linear, right? You can't. The whole idea is it's either predictable or entirely unpredictable, however you want to. What Remains of Edith Finch? They're on a rail. It's kind of like in some way you have choices, but it's on a rail. The cool thing is you actually affect the ending. Sure. I don't. It's not that's a mechanic. I'm not entirely. I don't really need the ending to be affected by me. I want to experience someone's vision. So, if they made multiple endings, you didn't affect the ending. They plotted the endings. So what I mean by that is I don't see the game as me affecting the endings. I see me playing out all the different endings the developer made in those games. So like story games are for you to experience all the endings. You didn't actually affect the ending. Unless you're choosing again to only think about the results. As in, the result that you got is the ending that you determined. When I play a story game, I want to know all the endings. So, like, if I was playing a Quantic Dream game, I would probably see all the endings. I didn't affect the ending. The developer has written all the endings already. And that's what I enjoy about playing these games. Personally, you don't have to, obviously. You don't have to think about it this way. I think the ones that you actually affect the endings are the endings you make yourself. So, like Skyrim, technically, and like Minecraft, open sandboxy things, you can construct your own ending. Like, it feels like you're constructing your own ending because you yourself also chose the way you played. You yourself also built like whatever you wanted to and all that. Even though there's a world building aspect and like a maybe an overarching thing, but it's more so talking about things like Valheim, like a survival sandbox game. You are constructing the ending to your journey, what your base looks like. For example, in TWW, you don't do a lot of TWD, you don't do a lot of choices, but then everyone ends up at the same point with some small differences. Yeah. So you don't affect the ending. But if you're thinking you affect the ending in Quantic Dreams, you don't either. You make choices for endings that are already written. That's from my perspective. So I don't mind if everyone made choices and the ending is still the same. It's about the journey that gets there. That's what storytelling is. You're trying to understand the process of getting there. So you affect the ending you get? I disagree, because it was already written there. Like, all the permutations are already determined. I think when you affect an ending, in my opinion, I'll agree with you that if your choices, the way you're defining how you affect the ending is that by your choices, you get a different ending. Fair enough. So you do affect the ending based on that. For me, when someone affects the ending, they construct the ending that is emergent from the developer's design. So games do have that. You can create a separate narrative for yourself in Skyrim. You can construct a separate narrative for yourself in Minecraft. These are like the sandbox aspect of it. Or you can, I guess, if you wanted to mod, you'll mod your own ending to the game or something like that. That's how I would define as affecting the ending. Now, from that perspective, all the choices that you made, they were already written. So the permutation that you got is an ending that they have constructed. So it's no emergence from it. And I like exploring games like that. Whether it all points to the same ending, right? Like, for example, I need to refresh because that's the only way I can write on the thing. So, if you had, for example, you had a game which you cite where people do this, right? and you still end up in the ending, that's not affecting ending. Right? That's what most people will call a linear game. I'm going to put it in quotes. That's what I feel people that are similar to you call a linear game, where the focus is on the end. And then there are more lax people who say, well, this is a non-linear game. And why is it a non-linear game? It's because the choices you make along the way are non-linear. So this would be non-linear in terms of its process. And then there are games that are non-linear and have multiple endings. Now, these are overarching endings. So this would be considered non-linear in both cases. And then there's one that you're talking about where now in this group, there is a nebulous outcome. So there are major endings, but the details around the major endings are based on your process. So this gives you an idea that it reminds you that this is a process-oriented ending. And I think that's the games that you like. That's what I'm getting at, or that's what I'm understanding from you. You like the idea that there are choices that you make along the way, so the process is non-linear, and then that the ending has incorporated the aspects. It might even be the same ending. It could be the same ending with nebulous effectors. So that means that at any point, the main ending is still exist, but the factors in the end remind you of your journey, which is cool because there are quite a few games like that, you know, like not quite a lot nowadays. Or I liked. The other way around. I think there are more games like this than there are games like this. And the question is, you're going to make a comment soon to tell me which one you like better, which one is a better game design. And my rebuttal to that is both. Play games where you make different choices in which it still leads to the same outcome. What does that teach you? What does that tell you about yourself? It does tell you something different than playing a game that does this. And it also tells you something different when you play a game like this. Because here's a fun game to play. The game of life. What do you think this point is? It's death. So one aspect oftentimes what I feel when someone is not inclined in terms of thinking about the process is often they typically think about the results, the ending. Well, there are quite a lot of games where the ending ends in death. So how you die, basically, how you die, the nebulous choices that you made based on your process is what creates catharsis for, in the end, death is the ending. And that's kind of like a different take. So if I had to like generalize, I like to play all of the types of games, right? So I played Morrowind, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty neat. I liked it. So when I'm thinking about playing Oblivion, I'm like, well, let's go explore something else. So I haven't gone back to maybe I'll play Elder Scrolls 6 when I'm 60 years old, you know? Like maybe we'll go back to Elder Scrolls 6 in another 20 years, right? Whenever it comes out. But that's kind of my thought about it. So you do affect the ending. Games that you do affect the ending. Games that I listed, like what remains of Edith Finch, you don't affect the ending. How you feel about the ending, it depends on your journey to get there. So no, you can't ever change. Like, for example, in Final Fantasy 7, the non-remake, right? The classic Final Fantasy 7. You can't save Aerith. You can't save her. Right? And when I was younger, my first thought was like, man, this game sucks. Why can't you save her? Like, it would be kind of neat if you could choose whether to save her or not. Right? So when I was younger, I'm channeling my younger self. Like, the whole idea of knowing if you had to guess how many distinct major endings Detroit, I saw all of them. Like, what I mean is, I watched someone recall all the endings to me. Yeah. The flowchart, like they went through the flowchart with the 85 different endings, or flowchart to the 85 different endings. At least the 85. So, yes. If I had to guess, I can no longer guess because I already know. There are 85 defined flowing endings. However, all the processes to get to the 85 means a lot more. Like, what I mean is, you can still get to the 85 flowchart defined endings, but the experience could still vary between the 85. Yeah, Quantic Games is a powerhouse when it comes to writing things. Visual novel games don't require the animation budget that Quantic Games have, and they have even more. So, like, if it's a competition, usually a book, maybe, or talking about someone's life, many, like talking about other people, it's really a tour de force. Quantic Games is a tour de force. Again, a game that has a lot of endings versus a game that has one ending, that's not the point for me personally, but I think for you it might be the point. So I'll echo what the person that I think you are like. I have a friend that is very similar to you when it comes to gaming preferences. When they say, why would you want to play a story driven canon, right, canonical game? If I wanted to do that, I might as well watch a movie or a TV show. Because the thing that makes games for them is having power, having agency. So that implies that even the ending, you must have agency. And where is the power and agency? Number one for them, mechanics. So mechanics is what creates a game for them, number one. The story is less so because you still have agency over it. They usually play games with agency. If they don't have agency, then they don't care about it as much. Like, for example, a Resident Evil game. Well, the ending is the ending. It's just gonna continue to be the ending. Why they play the game is still because of the mechanics. Number one, because that's the agency. It's the thing that you have power over. And for myself, yes and no, both. Just do both. I like playing games where I have agency over the ending, kind of like your visual novel games. Most of your visual novel games, you have agency over your ending. And when it comes to like this, like the web, the web and all of that stuff, visual novel games is where the thing came from, at least in my opinion. The gold standards are VN games. And then when it comes to mechanics, it's much like everyone. I treat it the same as stories. So if the story isn't, if you're arguing that the story has to be like dramatic and interactive, right? Responsive is, I guess, the word that most people say. A responsive story, right? The story has to be responsive to your choices, like Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 has very responsive storytelling. That then makes the story a mechanic. The story becomes a mechanic. And in visual novel games, the story is the mechanic, right? Your choices and how you get to the desired ending. And then like even the mechanics of the game changes the ending. Like it is about getting the ending. Like romancing someone that you like is creating the mechanic to get to the ending that you want, which is your waifu of choice, for example. So that becomes mechanic. And for myself, it's either or. You can take me for a ride. I like my books. I'm into my books. I'm into my TV shows as well. Video games are a balance of that. I think the thing about video games is speaking of unpopular opinion, right? Unpopular opinion. Video game, the most important aspect of a video game is that I'm consuming something the developers intended. So whenever someone asks me what kind of games do I play or why do I play video games, is to figure out developers' intent, not how I'm discontent. So oftentimes when I'm very upset, my first thought is, I wonder if the developer wanted to upset people this way. Which takes us back to the first topic. The idea is, are you upset about not being able to drink potions because you can't predict boss fights? And then you can't drink potions in boss fights, so you can't pre-pot because boss fights are unpredictable. My first thought is, that sounds like being a witcher. Like a proper witcher. Now, did they think that is what they were trying to communicate? It would be a really fascinating interview question for them. Like, did they want people to not be able to react because the world demands that you swing and a miss or constantly be precarious in order to be like the experience of the role-playing character that you're playing? Well, most people would say, nah, I'm the main character. Why can't it be like Bethesda Soft, where I can circumvent and play the way I want and not have to consider the idea or the possibility that they deliberately did that? That's the two different types of role-playing games, right? I talk about this a lot when playing like Neverwinter and stuff. Role-playing game, agency versus role. No, we have to read the books to see if Geralt drinks a pot during. Yeah, you know, now we have to see if he drinks a pot during. Exactly. So that would be a great example. He probably did. He, in the show, he did beforehand though. Oh wait, those are before. No, he did. He drank the cat eyes thing, the cat whisker thing during a combat when he ran from combat and then like hid in combat. So like he would be outside of combat while drinking and then enter back in combat. I'm referring to the Netflix show when Henry Cavill was still in it. Obviously, I haven't read the book in its like original state, and I still have those books like sitting in my audio book queue. So here's one thing that is a comment that happens a lot, or like something to think about. Oftentimes when people think about RPG games, right, this is the whole decision making stories, and we have largely been talking about role-playing games. So agency is you are the MC, right? And then role, you're still the MC, but you're not you. In an agency game, you are the MC. And that, to me, is often a really great place to talk about people. When I get to know someone, you can ask them, what type of role-playing game do you like? I used this before as like a icebreaker. Whenever I ask, oh, what type of, when someone says, I like playing video games. Oh, what type of video games do you play? I actually use this a lot. One of the things is when they talk about role-playing games, did they list agency games or did they list role games? Because Geralt is a role game with some agency. It's not an agency game. It's not going the other way around. So this is Geralt, and this is you. This is Bethesda Soft. Whatever you decide to name your character. So it's an agency with some role. Like you do away evil or something, some role. So it's like a 80, let's just say like 80-20 stuff. And then Geralt is the other way around, 80-20 this way. And that's kind of how I viewed Witcher. And that's largely why I've talked about CDPR more overall than Bethesda games. When you want to be the MC, I typically, when someone asks me, hey, do you have any recommendations or any like idea of a RPG game that I might like? Oh, may I ask, when you're saying an RPG game, what type of game do you mean? It's like, well, having a lot of things to do, playing the way I want to, and having an impact on the world, like very responsive and stuff. It's like, oh, you want an agency game? Well, I have heard that Skyrim is a great game. If you hear me out, if you want to try something a little bit different, you could try a CDPR game. And it might kind of rub you the wrong way here and there, but you can give it a go because you don't actually have all of the agency. The endings are going to be hit or miss because you want to have more agency. So that kind of thing. However, then it goes into my game. The game, like the games that pander to me. Like what type of games that pander to me? They play a role. You are the role. So it doesn't matter how you feel. It's how you feel, or it doesn't matter how you want the game to play. It's how do you feel about playing the MC. And here's a great example. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is a great example, and despite all the controversy and stuff, they're the publisher and the follow-up developer released another game called Zero Parade. These games will challenge someone who wants to be an MC. So like these games, no matter what you do, you could also talk about games like Warhammer games, probably. Like Warhammer 40k games, for example. They still, anything based in a 40k universe, sometimes you can be a good guy, sometimes, but you'll get brutally punished for being a good guy. Right? Like, someone would say like, well, I want to be good, right? I want to be good ordered. Well, then you get punished for being good ordered. Like, but that doesn't make any sense. If you're being good ordered, you should be rewarded. Not according to the rules. of 40K. So that's the stuff that I like. I enjoy a game that blindsides me for my intuition. So when say that I get caught with my pants down and my potions, I just found out that I can't drink during potions. Right? Drama. I can't drink potions during combat. So I'm pretty sure during Witcher 2, I basically just drank potions before every single cutscene. Like, legitimately, that's what I did. So I like doing those things. Is it fun? It's not fun to someone who wants to play a game the way they want to play it. That's what I mean by that, right? Like, oh yeah, Warcraft. Yeah, I watched a Warcraft film. Honestly, it was pretty entertaining. Like, what I mean is, I know you're talking about like Warcraft in general, like the game, Blizzard, like Warcraft stuff, but Warhammer now has like even media other exposure, and then there's a relationship between. I don't know how far you go back, but I watched like a whole documentary or like someone's essay on the relationship between Games Workshop and Blizzard, and how like Warcraft and Warhammer came to be, and how they separated based on their ideologies and whatnot. I still watch like Warcraft lore and to a lesser extent Warhammer lore, but Warhammer is coming to the forefront, so getting a little more cultured in Warhammer. For me here though, the idea is that I like being punished for not thinking outside of myself. So I think you and I can will continue to talk like this all the time, and it's cool because that means that I get to learn about your perspective most of the time. I don't know if you're ever going to be interested in like losing agency, because I typically argue for that all the time. Like the internet, you don't have agency on the internet. The algorithm feeds you your targeted information, right? Like you get to see what you want to see. So I totally appreciate the idea that there are people who think about their own agency, like how they want to play, what they think is bad or good game design, and whatnot. I think that is very reasonable. When I choose to play a game, oftentimes I want to be challenged in that. And the irony here is losing agency is what forces you to adapt. So whenever a game says, okay, well, you can't jump in this game, I'm like, oh, interesting. I'm like, okay, well, all right, so I guess we're just gonna have to do everything without jumping. Or, so, hear me out. I think the internet has conditioned most gamers to the point where when they play video games, they're also inundated by the idea that they have to play a certain way, like play their way. So whenever a game sucks, right, it might not necessarily be because, and it's merited. If the person is upset and they don't like the way a game is designed because it doesn't allow them to enjoy it, that's perfectly reasonable. It's not, it's either not for them or it's poor game design. Either or. There's a reason to not like the game. Now, for myself, the irony here is nowadays I kind of want games to give me less choice. As in, they give me choices in the sense of choices that I wouldn't make. As in, if someone asks me, hey, I know you like being a good person, or you like making you always want everything to work out, but here's a game that all the choices you make, something bad always happens. And that is something that will probably be not enjoyable to someone who's very concerned about the way they want to play the game, right? So would they play the game in the first place? They probably wouldn't. I think most players who are mechanics forward and like agency in their game, they rarely pick up the games. So rarely has someone mention a game that I really enjoy. So whenever someone asks me, what kind of games you play, it would be a bunch of games that may or may not show up in someone else's library. One of your favorite games is Final Fantasy X. I really enjoyed Final Fantasy X, for sure. Anything before the PlayStation 2 era ended, I have played from Square Enix. So, or like most of the stuff. Final Fantasy X was pretty wonderful. Sad as well, really. Here's the agency thing coming in. A lot of times people keep saying like they wish though in Final Fantasy X, Titus, right? Titus was more of a character. And I'm like, I like to say, if I had to make an argument, I think that was the point, that he was much of a, like, for example, Final Fantasy 12, Vaan wasn't much of a character either. And then you might be thinking, okay, well, is that intentional, or can you give an example of a character that wasn't much of a character but people still really like the character? All the Persona games, the main character. Like, the ending of Persona is not affected, but your perception of the main character of Persona, like for example Persona 3, I know most about Persona 3, so you are the protagonist and you get to choose what type of friends you make along the way, and they might cross paths, but in the end there's only one ending. And this protagonist is largely voiceless, like there's no voice in it, but you begin to internalize yourself as the person through its process. And then, I don't want to spoil anything, but something happens at the end, and it makes all the difference of how attached you are to the protagonist, like all the things. Now, does the ending incorporate any of the endings or any of the friends you make along the way? Not really at all, honestly. And so here's an example of a protagonist where you've internalized something that's on rails, and the emotional damage is dependent on your investment in here. So when someone blitz to the end, it would likely have less impact than someone who did this. So the whole idea in games like this is that if you did this and you got to the end, there was greater weight. Weight went up. If you played mechanically and went this, then there's less weight. Weight went down. Now, the nice thing about the straight line is it's predictable. It's usually very predictable. When you do this, it's unpredictable. Despite, and you might be thinking, unpredictable as in randomness? No, despite knowing all the choices. You know all the choices. Like all the choices you have. Like the choices are static. They're not random. Like all the friends you can make, they're static. They've already been determined. So the idea is how many of them you make is the unpredictability. The choices and stuff you made will do that. And the ending doesn't change anything. Like nothing about the ending. It is the ending that causes, the ending is dependent on your wealth of stuff. So that's a different approach. Like that's what made Persona games kind of big. It's the journey. Final Fantasy X, that's a straight line, man. And I really love the story in Final Fantasy X. Yeah. really, really wonderful. The idea is that a game like that, if you rewrite it, right, if you like do it again, it's one of those things like that impact would be that impact would no longer have that same impact, right? And then it would be different. It could be worse, it could be better. The thing about one and done games like Final Fantasy X is that quote unquote replayability, right? You talked about the high replayability. I played Final Fantasy X like once. I can talk about it though. So the thing is, I don't have to play Final Fantasy X to give it more value. It's now, how do I experience Final Fantasy? Like linear games. Like for example, whenever someone says like a linear story game, right? MC, linear story game. Like, well, then this sucks because it's always going to be the same. Well, yes. For you, you can make an argument it's going to be the same for you, the MCU. However, MCU, anyways, for me, what makes this is a restriction, right? This is the symptom. This is the system, right? This is the system, and it's a closed system. So how do I like games that are linear in story? Because guess what? I'm not the only MC. You are. 1, 2. Drama. Roll call could be 1. So now this is the restriction. So whenever you're talking about, oh, agency, right? Oh, you have to play the game the way you want. It's like, well, I played a game, Final Fantasy X, the way the developer wanted. Now the question is, do I have to play by the developer's rules? No, you can do both. So now most of the time when I talk about Final Fantasy X, right, like FF10, right, I talk about other people's journeys. So this is emergent. And now you're wondering, maybe you might make an argument, it's like, well, the ending is still the same. It's not the same. Now it's the 3 of us. That's our interpretation of the ending. The ending is never going to be the same again. So that's kind of how I talk about, well, if you're always concerned about yourself and always yourself, then yes, everything will be in your image, for sure. When the game has the same ending, how can you enjoy a game again? There are other people who could play the game. And then they might have the same interpretation as you. They might have a different interpretation as you. That's kind of how you evaluate. That's kind of how I evaluate quote unquote endings. Whenever I think about endings, like, okay, Detroit, you know, like Detroit Human has 86 endings. It's like, that's great. That's one way to create nebulous experiences for the MC, for you, for the person. And then it also creates nebulousness for every other player. What if they only had one ending? Well, there are a lot of players. And then if you're gonna say, well, if it's the same ending, all these players will have the same experience seeing the same ending, then you and I do not connect, basically. Like, that's not to say we can't be friends and we can't appreciate and sympathize with each other. Empathy is unbreachable, because the whole idea is, even a game, if a game has the same ending, regardless if you're the only MC, if you think you're the only MC and everyone has to think like you, then yes, linear story games are not interactive and uninteresting. And optional content, for example, you said what you love about the FFX is the amount of optional content. That's great, because the process that you got to the ending is different. And Persona games did that with story. So while you're thinking about the optional content, I think most of the optional content had some sort of lore behind it, which is great. I love Final Fantasy X because of the lore behind it. So Persona games, they did it with the story. So your optional content are story based. So they're like your NPCs. So all your NPCs basically are your story based. The friends you made are all your optional content. So basically, like, you can beat, like in Persona 3, especially the more recent Persona Reloaded, you can beat the game without playing 90% of the game. Like the 90% of the game could be circumvented. You can actually, they actually made it because of modern gaming designs, forecasting, intel, predictability, knowing all your bosses in advance, all those things made it so that you can beeline to the ending by avoiding 90% of the game. And that's kind of how I feel when it comes to predictability or modern game design. Modern game design does not make it so that you would classically wander around in the world anymore. And that to me is also the process of making a sandbox game. I feel like a sandbox game, when someone buys into a sandbox game, they are expecting to roam around. So nowadays, in my opinion, gamers they purchase things and whatnot based on their expectations of the game. And here's my unpopular opinion. I have a super unpopular opinion. I buy games because of the devs, and the devs are to expect to subvert my expectations. So not that the devs always subvert my expectations. It's that I like to play games with the chance that my expectations are subverted. For both worse, like bad and good, it has to be different. So the word is, instead of bad, it's I expect it to be different. Now, you might be arguing, well, devs don't do that anymore, or like, I never played a game where the dev did that out of the way. It's like, yeah, because the modern gamer is no longer the same. The modern gamer no longer dictates to their publishers, which then affects the developer to make those games anymore. Final Fantasy X, for example, with a huge amount of optional content. FF7 Rebirth have so much optional content, it became a bad thing. Like, there are actually legitimate people who are angry that FF7 has too many optional things, because they would make the argument, well, not all the optional things are created equal. Some are lower quality, some are frustrating, some are things you don't want to play, some are things you do want to play. It became a bad thing because they want to play all of it. And if it's not all for them, then it's a waste of money. So a game is only a good game design if it's designed around the way they want to play. So when they're paying $70, all of the game is only a good game design if you can use all of the things you want to play with at the time you want to play with them. So that's kind of neither bad nor good. It's simply, if you understand the dev, then you can at least, and the publisher, maybe. You really don't get too much from the publisher. But if you can understand the developer, then you are looking forward to the developer's game. So I look forward to CDPR, Witcher 4, and I'm hoping that I'm not going to get an Elder Scrolls 6. That's my take, my really hot take. I'm not looking for Elder Scrolls 6 in Witcher 4. If Witcher 4 plays like Elder Scroll 6, it has lost its identity as a developer. The developer decided to flip the script because, at least in my opinion, I don't think CDPR has adequately expressed like, hey, we're going to make a Starfield. At least I think. It could subvert my attention. You could say, well, what if they did? Wouldn't that subvert your expectations? Yeah, it would. It would get me to second think the developer. So that's cool. And then the next time, then maybe I would be unlikely to buy their game. So that's kind of an interesting thought. I do enjoy. Yeah, you were about to say that? Yeah, because it's being subverted means that it can either be bad or good, but it's different. So when I buy games, that's what I'm doing. I tend to buy into a developer that this can happen. They do what they want, and that's cool, at least in my opinion. Now, does that make up for bad game design? Right? When someone says bad game design, no, I'm not excusing that. That's no excuse. Right? Like when someone says, "Oh yeah, this game is bad. I don't like it." It's like, okay, can you tell me why you don't like it? And then hopefully you find a game that doesn't do that, right? And that's the most important thing about it. So when I think a game has disagreeable game design, I talk about it, and then in the future I then play something else. Maybe that is it. When I'm playing the game though, that game design, I work with the game design. So what I mean by that is I don't stop playing the game because something isn't to my liking. I usually find out, can I make it work? And that's usually why I enjoy playing games. Can I make it work? Not it's a challenge, right? That's the game. And then you're saying, well, if you play a bad game, would you still try to make it work? It's like, yeah, until I quit. Right? I can quit at any time, obviously, because I'm playing a game. I don't identify as a game. That's like the fun part. You're trying to quote unquote beat a game, right? So you can quit at any time. The fun part is figuring out if you can beat it or you choose not to. And I miss this. I miss this part of games. Nowadays, when you buy a game, like for example, Stranger Than Heaven is coming out, right? Stranger Than Heaven is coming out in winter. Winter, basically the end of this month, Q4 or Q1, Q4 26 or Q1 25. And their developer streams have already said so much about this game. Like, so much about this game is already disclosed. And my thought is like, well, I like RPG games. And then you're wondering, well, you could just choose not to read about it, right? You could choose not to watch the developer stream, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying what it is like right now. So that developer, RGG, disclosed so much about the game that it makes it so that it's predictable. And now people, that's what people do. They buy games when it's predictable in what they're going to get. Much in the same way as whenever you get blindsided by something in a game design, it can be seen as poor game design immediately without you really gotta sleep. Oh yeah, that's fine. I was honestly, I was just gonna keep on ranting until you gotta sleep. We have to talk about video games sometime, and you're gonna have to tell me about why Arc Knights. Why not, like, what is that one lane? Something Azure Lane. Why not Azure Lane? Why Arc Knights, for example? We're gonna have to talk about your game choices. This is a game theory, game design, like pleasing people and behavioral things. I can't stop thinking about that. The end of the day is to understand the person I'm talking to, and also figure out what games we can talk about, like, together. I think we will most definitely going to be talking about Witcher 4, hopefully together at some point, and we're probably going to talk about Final Fantasy 7, really, because I haven't played Final Fantasy 7 remake yet, like the remake trilogy. I'm actually just waiting for the trilogy, and then like the expiration of the exclusivity. State of Play is happening, by the way. I don't know if it's right now, but State of Play is happening. Sony's State of Play. So we'll probably hear about like some Final Fantasy stuff. All right, so I'm gonna let you sleep. This is really interesting. These are super interesting topics. You make me want to play Witcher 2 again to see what's going on. So you're gonna have to keep me updated. Witcher is back on the table, right? Because I do want to play Witcher 1 through it. You're not a fan of the new Square Enix stuff? That's perfectly fine. We still can talk about it, though, right? Like, I think the Final Fantasy remake stuff, I will be talking about that because I'll probably be playing just the Final Fantasy remake trilogy at some point in order to create a legacy thing. Yeah. I think I would talk more about Octopath Traveler in some point. But we'll save conversations for next time. I think Witcher 1 is getting a remake, which, by the way, the expansion, before you go to bed, the expansion is being made by the group that CDPR has collaborated with that's remaking Witcher 1. So it will be fun to play Witcher 3 again. Maybe even go through Witcher 1 base, Witcher 2 with mods, and then Witcher 3, and then play Witcher 3's new expansion and see how much of that design is gonna be seen in Witcher 1 remake. So this is kind of like an exciting time because it's not CDPR, just CDPR proper. It's actually the group that they're working with that might get absorbed into CDPR, who knows. That expansion is going to reflect a bit of what's going to happen to your baby, which is your unpopular opinion that Witcher 1 is greater than 2 and 3. So heads up, right? Because if the expansion looks like a lot of things that you have questionability on, then Witcher 1, not the Witcher vanilla, but the Witcher 1 remastered, you might be able to tell something about their game design. Anyways, I haven't talked about games in a while. I have so many things to talk about. Oh, we might play Quantic Dream games for sure. That we can talk about too. All right. Yeah, good night, Drama. It's always a pleasure. You definitely offer lots of challenges to think about. It's nice that we have. I think it's perfectly nice that we have such contrasting views. All right, take care, Drama. Look. All right, I think we're good for today for HanziHero. Now we get into the yap session or the WaniKani stuff. So, before we do, I want to take a quick break, and we're gonna do the WaniKani review, right? Yesterday's reviews, and then we're gonna jump into the day 500 tentative takes on WaniKani. That's the end day schedule here. HanziHero is going all right. We're still trying to take it slowly, put in a little breather, and then this month we're gonna try to encourage ourselves to construct sentences with a bit of aid here and there. As a big disclaimer, which I forgot to mention in the 500 tentative takes, I still have ear training for like Chinese sentences in general. So whenever I'm writing things I would say, I can still confirm it by vocalizing it. So the main focus of reading, and HanziHero fulfilled that really well, is to be able to sound out the characters, and then I can verify if it sounds natural, like if it sounds all right to me or not, because I still listen and interact with the language in many ways on a daily basis. It's not going to be the same for Japanese. Like right now, Bunpro is, it's a tough act, because I've been trying to output by reading Bunpro. However, since I haven't read sentences very often, some of the places like relative pitch, right? Because technically pitch accent in my ears is kind of like Chinese, where you're thinking about the relative pitch across the sentence. So like high, low, you know, like tapering. That's how I imagine it. So whenever I'm doing Japanese, you have all the words, and then those words, the pitch, because of the particles, you don't practice like how the particles affect the preceding or the relative pitch before and after. Like learning characters like this, like HanziHero using WaniKani, you can't really tell. So what I do is I try to pronounce all of the vocabulary words and guess on the particle pitch. In Chinese, that's not the case. There isn't anything beyond the tone of the character. There aren't additional like particles. There are alternative reads functionally, which I'll come to accustom when I start typing and writing again. However, now because of that, it sounds good to me. Like I often made the comment that when you're trying to overcome or get comfortable with like Mandarin's homonyms, like all the sentences kind of sound the same if it's taken just sentences. Like if you're only listening to a sentence, sometimes it can be very difficult, especially simple sentences. They will begin to sound similar at first, but it's really the lyrical. I often think of it as a measure, like a verse of a musical instrument. Like when you're playing and you're reading a sheet music, the relative pitch going in and out of the initials and finals are how I recognize if a sentence sounds good. So oftentimes how I evaluate sentences translates really well, at least in my opinion, unexpectedly. I didn't really think this was the case. Looking at these words, understanding what sounds they make, will translate it really well. So now this is going to be used to contrast with Japanese. I'm hitting a bunch of different types of approaches, which I will cover soon, because it's going to be in the WaniKani. It's going to be in the WaniKani discussion in a bit. It's all right. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're going to watch this later, 谢谢, right? 感谢. You are always free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by and yap about anything, really. Critical thinking skills and problem solving skills are at the core, right? Perspective learning, subjectivity married with objectivity, logical system. So all these stuff, talking and engaging in this, in my opinion, is the roots or the foundations of learning things, right? Hearing someone's differing perspective, hearing my differing perspective, knowing what that means, finding an emotional tether, associating meaning together, that is the root of learning. So, in my opinion, many of the cores of learning. And doing that while also learning stuff and maybe ideally related to the topic that you're interested in, that all, in my opinion, those are habitual and almost invisible gains for quite a lot of other people, right? When you're learning a language, oftentimes it requires a perspective shift. It requires you to understand the process in a different light. So I didn't tie this all the way back to language learning. Eventually I was going to. The idea is the process in which you get to the end point. That like that persona chart that I was doing, like this, to get to the end point. This end point could be very similar, like proficiency in a language, right? But it is this that occupies most of that space. So oftentimes learning a language requires not this. It looks more like this, right? And when you're doing this already, sometimes that can blend into your learning. Like, oh, hey, I'm reading this sentence, but I'm having a lot of trouble understanding or remembering this word. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, this is just like that decision I made in a video game. Like, so, and then how do you circumnavigate that? That's kind of what I mean. So it's all connected to some extent. I didn't make it very blatantly obvious today, largely because drama has to go to bed. Eventually it'll come back to language learning. So you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss things. We'll tie it all together. If it sounds like I'm working really hard to intentionally tie it back to language learning, studying, and critical thinking and problem solving skills, is because that is the entire point. That is the point of critical thinking skills. Like, you're making everything relevant to what you're doing. It's very difficult to remember things when it is not relevant to you. So when someone says, I can't relate to the story because I don't have those experiences, well, then how can you relate it to yourself with your own agency, with your own critical thinking skills? How do you care about the parts you hate about the language you love, right? If you love Japanese, how can you hate studying it? And if you hate studying it, how are you going to relate it to the things you love so you can stop hating it, right? That kind of thing involves critical thinking skills and different perspectives. So that is the underlying tone of, quite literally, if anyone that I've talked to more than multiple times, we try, at least what I typically say, motivate each other to learn, right? Motivate each other to basically make the caring happen. It's difficult waiting for something you care about to come along, to target you, to pander to you. Admittedly, on the internet, it's become easier. They can target you based on your data. Sure. It's another thing to make anything interesting to you. So when someone has an unpopular opinion, I'll make it a popular opinion. As in, like, to me, I'll make it an important opinion. Just because your opinion are unpopular doesn't mean we can't spend 4 or 5 hours talking about it and still relate it to something popular and unpopular, or bad and good. That's, to me, a superpower. It's not a superpower that is rare to humans. It's a superpower that humans have. Critical thinking skills, problem solving skills are a thing that humans have. It is also a superpower, in my opinion, that is underutilized. In a world that you wait for things to meet your standards and meet your idealism, as opposed to changing everything. Like, it's ironic because we were talking about agency. You change the way you like things. You can change the way you hate things and how it serves you. Something you hate can empower something you like, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Anyways, more than welcome. I'm going to take a quick break. So until next time, right? 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching. See you guys next time. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back for WaniKani Day 500. Well, welcome back, everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は500 500日目です。It is day 500. I think there's a chain. Oh, right? 500? No, 500. It is day 500. We will be having a tentative takes afterwards. The session is probably going to take, it's 147. Basically, we are day 2 after leveling up. So this shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Then we'll spend the next 2.5 to 3 hours summarizing or doing our same thing that we did earlier in the last week for HanziHero. Coming over some of the points and whatnot. And pretty much going to be the last tentative take, because after that we'll hit 60 in this month in less than 20 days. Actually, we'll go over that soon enough. Let's go in and do our reviews from level 55. Our new stuff is still here. I thought it was something like careful. Okay. Oh. Eh. Monsho. What? Oh no, that's Crest. Okay.
Shinte. Kenzai.
Appear and existent. Oh, actual.
Shimon. Hoiku. Hidoi.
Hidoi. Oh no. Kujira. Jojishi. Bonsai. It's not should. Slicing words. Guy slicing words. The above. Okay. That one's weak.
Besso. Zote. Uh-oh. Intense heat. What is the heat part? Chew? Because the Atsu is not as clear, right? Kokusho.
or increasing. Genshku.
Kokuji.
Kokuji. This one's a little weird. Wait, I thought it was
音痴
oh
欧州
shoot. Ah, how do you like respond to something? What's another way to say respond to something? Not repayment. Or like in exchange.
Rankan
Uncon. Oh no, that's not margin. Guardrail.
悠長
So, leisure. So, wait, this is different. Wasabi. Huh? No, no, no. Oh no, wait, this is mountain tree.
Sanso.
The flowers really threw me for a loop there. Usual. Nope, nope. Jo.
Jojo.
That's another way to say not necessarily describing feelings, but it is expressing feelings too. It's not quite the main. Oh, lyricism. Okay.
約定。
Another way, vividly not express but vividly describe didn't work. Depict. Same difference.
阻害。
Right. This is out to escape out of it. Out of neglect. Not the same as mutual understanding. It's not the same as evacuation. Or is this just neglect? Oh no, it's being distant. Estrangement.
Orosu.
Why do I feel like that? Something about this is. Cool and. Let's say flat. It's criticism. Cho? Yo?
国標
Yo? Tokyo.
栽培。
不当
Oh.
空想
Must not. This one's a little. This one's weird too. Icho? No. Oh no, it's not. It's old. I really thought it was. Oh no, Icho is Inko. Old store. Something about holding. Roll. Roll for what? Oh, is it like Nishise? Oh, Shinise?
老舗。
冷酷
過酷。
Akoku. Nope.
"一品」 「捕鯨」
Okay. Yo, what?
動揺
Eh? Man.
火曜
そらす。
Sorasu. What?
"哺乳瓶
Okeru? No. Okeru.
ボケる。
Okeru.
顕著。
叙勲
Heck! Oh no, that's just decorate.
「わさび」
芸肉
「交渉」
Not a manuscript. High? Oh no, that's just high, like status. I wanted to say whole right away. Oh. Not quite offer. Not tribute. It's not provide. Dedicate.
冠
That's special.
露見
原稿。
自叙伝 おろしね
Heck! Wait. Oh no.
実践。
Oh, I had a typo. Itsen is Um,
時間
Oh no, wait. This is yes. That. It's a that. Shomu.
庶務。
Yeah.
失踪。検証。
検証。Appear and chapter. Submission? No. The chapter. It's kind of like decorating someone's achievements. Maybe honoring. Oh, this one's weird. Okay.
国。 報酬。
It's not. There's another word for the reward instead of compensate. Positive manner.
欄外。
愚痴
Hmm.
あんず 疾患
Same difference.
Sotsu.
Okay. The pumpkin, right? I think this is the... Abo... Kabocha.
かぼちゃ
Kabocha. The pumpkin. Okay. Also. Is it? Okay. I was about to say. It's not the same as cherish. Oh, sick. And frugal.
投稿
Heck. What? What? Oh, wait. Oh, no. I don't remember the left character. What are... That's invite, right? I really thought it was you. Yo, oh, maybe it's... Oh no. What was invite? Oh no, that's Excel. It's Excel actually.
秀逸
Uitsu. Or just Excel? Like excellence? Okay.
唐揚げ
主君
Shikun.
Hiroen
Hiro.
Mon
空欄民謡
Oh,
Yukai.
Yukai. That's you. Okay.
勲章
Hiro.
波紋アホおろし
香料
湿
布
Oh yeah. What? No. Yes? Oh.
荘厳
It's such a poor spelling. Oh no. Oval face. Uri zane go. Zane gao.
売りざね顔
Uri zane gao.
なお残酷
茜色 卸売
Oh. Let's see. Yeah. Not that. So you gotta make sure that. Oh, because it's sparse.
まばら
Oh. Goman.
傲慢 自粛
Now do I do the hollyhock? Follow for a follow? No, thank you. Good luck.
茎 露呈
Okay.
Soeng
悠々
Okay.
鎌
庶民据え付ける
よいしょ
時期尚
少
早
々少々
逸話
Oh, anecdote. Yo. Oh no. Oh, this is
疾病ぐ 有給
王冠
走行
What are you bowing to? Bowing to.
「静粛」
国士
国士
疎開
悪因悪化
叙述
場所Oh,
和尚
洗浄剤
So,
地方
how do we be like, how do we be, dementia. Dementia.
過疎
あそう How do you exceed negligent? Just negligent. What else could it be? Negligent. Oh, no, wait. Could be the other way around. No. Oh, the weird one, the population. Oh, does it go? Icho. That's
逸脱
it.
Shiori.
Oh, that one a bit tougher. Today. And then tomorrow we have stacked. Well, really, probably 280, 289, because we're probably going to start before 5 tomorrow. All right. Over our reads and definitions before we get into our tentative takes. All right. Z. Omero. Multi. Must not. Good. Ow. Shin. Tranquilize. Fall. Dedicate. You. Brief. Book it. Simple. Ichi. No, Tochi. Horse chestnut. Eki. Frugal. Ah, excellent. Excellent. Tall. Mourn. Guy. The above. Ooh. Proceed. Fall. Nearby. Rui. Accumulate. Healing. Enclosure. Nyo. Urine. In. Yes. Yo. Consider. No, not consider. Active. Yeah. Increasing up. Yeah. So. Horse. In. Follow. Show. Prosperity. Done. Done. You. Pleasant. Oh, excuse me. Matsu. Matsu. Erase. Then cork. Put it. This. You. Imperial. Yo. Distant. A. Crystal. Not. What? Alright. So. Alright, so now we're going to transition into our 500-day tentative take. I'm going to take a quick break. Walk around, stretch a little bit for the long section coming up. So I'll be right back. All right, folks. Here we go. It is day 500. We have yet another tentative takes, this time for WaniKani. We covered the HanziHero day 500 because WaniKani has 0 days, and over time, HanziHero had more sessions than WaniKani. So, let's get to our usual routine of these tentative takes. Right. So as a bit of a rehearsal, tentative takes are my attempt to provide some sort of review and like retrospection and introspection. Maybe like things about the highlights, overview, those type of things. And it's usually applied to projects that are greater than a year, as opposed to like monthly projects. And it's usually broken up into 3 parts. First part is I'm referring to it now as the factors. So these are your like objective stuff, things like daily metrics, largely where the stuff that the metrics that people like, what I find are the most relevant. Right. That sets up for our follow-up, which is our archetypes. So we use archetypes. And archetypes is a way to talk about like corollary things. Right, correlations. These are not real examples. They are correlations, so they are hypothetical things. Things that I find or notice that aligns with each other, and I typically pick one or two archetypes to frame the last section, which is personal. So in this case, in the sense of WaniKani, we're talking about the current state, right? Current state. Go over routines, because then this routines talk about where we're going in the future, which in terms of WaniKani is quite a bit different. So those are our 3. Now let's go into our factors. Factors that are related to WaniKani. Already had some practice from HanziHero, so we're going to go a little bit faster today. So oftentimes we have total time, right? Total time. And these are in the form of, we're going to use days, basically days. Then there is like number of radicals, right? I think we're gonna make the presumption that radicals are inferred, and then the major point of WaniKani is characters. So kanji, characters. And a slight extension of that would be vocabulary. Not the focus, but a slight extension. And then there are other things to take into account, like workload. So workload, we can't really, it's a little bit more difficult to talk about workload in a binary way. So I will use a graph for this. So we're gonna use workload. Now define some of the workload here. There's always the concern about coverage, right? We have coverage. This is like kanji coverage. And I'm gonna leave workload on the bottom to get some, so we can have space plan. The workload's gonna be on the side. We'll mention in a bit. Also, there's always the concern about accuracy, right? Accuracy. Maybe like, it's not quite the workload, but time per day. It's gonna feed into workload. We're gonna use hours here. Actually, minutes, more reasonable. What other things can we talk about? Outside of coverage. Mnemonics. Mnemonics is the other big thing, actually. I should list it a little higher. I'm gonna refer to it as mnemonics retention. Because in the end, about the retention of it. I think that's a pretty good ballpark of irrelevant factors. So, for total time, relevant number would be obviously 0 all the way to, at the end of the spectrum, for my convenience, will be about 520 days, right? And then for kanji characters, and probably, I guess we'll just use our designate number, 2000, right? We'll just say 2000. Rounded number, it's around 2000, if not 2000 itself. Vocabulary, it might be a little greater than 2000 now with some of the updates. And vocabulary, I'm gonna take a wild guess too. It's probably gonna be 0 to let's say around 7,000. Coverage, right? We can talk about coverage. And we'll talk about JLPT coverage, just to give a form of measurement. And that's usually, this is going to be a different type of number line, but we'll say we can do it this way, like N5, right, to N1. And N1 at roughly 80%. We're talking about character coverage here, right? Character coverage. Accuracy obviously can go from 0 to 100. We're talking about percentage here. For time, 0 to for my personal purpose, we're doing probably going to be 180 minutes. That's 3 hours. And then mnemonic retention is going to be a percentage. Right, obviously 100 at the top. So these are the factors that I feel provides a relatively the relevant, measurable factors in WaniKani. So it is fairly safe to presume that the other factors that I may or may not have mentioned are far more nebulous into a subjective realm. So these are the ones that are set in stone, like they're very, very solid. They're objective things. What they mean to the person, we'll talk about a little bit. So, and the way I'm going to talk about it is with the use of archetypes. This is where archetypes come in. So archetypes, the two that I would probably use, much like the HanziHero side of things, would be the completionist mentality and the efficiency mentality. These are the archetypes that I've come to know pretty well over my 500 days in WaniKani. And they will help guide the hypothetical things. So like if you're wherever you're wiggling, you can kind of think about it in that way. Usually there would be a third category, which is the developer's intent. However, this language learning is like an area that I cannot really speak to how far I can glean into developer's intent. The developer's intent would be shown as the factors that they include. So like some things you could say, like total time, maybe you can infer some sort of developer's intent behind it. However, my experience would be the closest thing to developer's intent. And then outside of that, like how much characters they choose to include, how many vocabulary, those are going to be reflexive of the developer's intent. All right, so in terms of a completionist, right? Completionists, obviously, they, in my opinion, the average completionist, like the most consistent completionist, is going to take is going to be 500 plus. So 520 plus. These are individuals who the idea is to complete the lesson core set of WaniKani. So they go beyond 520 plus. I would say the average person would spend more than 520 days in order to complete all level 60, right? So take it with a grain of salt. I'm using this because it is convenient to my upper limit. I could choose like 1,000 days. I can't actually predict what the average days are. It is greater than 520 though, most of the time. So we'll say like 2 years, maybe like 700 plus days. When it comes to the kanji characters, obviously completionists will aim to complete these things, as well as the vocabulary. And then there's an asterisk to this. They will likely come back for plus updates. Right, plus updates. So this number is slightly changing over the course of the last 500 days. There had been new additions of characters and vocabulary words. And obviously, they will aim to, and then this will obviously go up over time because those would be the new additions. They would be the new additions. In terms of coverage, right? This is provided that then N5 is 100%. So N5 through. So I know that cover N5 through N2, they do reach 100% when it comes to JLPT coverage, right? And it is the N1 that is still incomplete, so any addition tends to be allocated to an N1. Now, when it comes to completionists, especially with WaniKani, I think, generally speaking, the ones that I see most often, which is not a big coincidence because I talk about this quite a lot, which is you have the range-ish around like 70% to 90%. So I feel like this is where the completionist range. Largely, my take on this is because this is where it provides. This is the range of consistency in order for a completionist to continue. Oh, and I am making the assumption that in all cases, most people choose to consistently do things. Actually, we might as well place it down here. So the one other factor is regularity, like days per week, right? And obviously we have 0 to 7, and this is usually 7 for a completionist. The basic expectation is that you do it on a daily basis. So this is designed to be a daily driver. And now we'll talk about more when it comes to efficiency, but this is daily driver as in 1 per day. 1 session per day, at least in my opinion. Now, then we have time of day, and I think in terms of consistency, there is a little understanding that you regulate the amount of reviews. So I didn't put in the number of reviews that you do each day. That's kind of a tough one to measure. However, when it comes to the time per day, it's often used to scale to time as opposed to how many reviews. I think that's a bit more of a consistency. Efficiency might lean more on how many items. So for a time per day, I would say the number that I typically see would range anywhere from like I would take it at like 90 minutes. And we would get to the range would be like 60. And 120, right? Not drawn to scale, but this would be the range where I feel like typically the unit is 1 hour roughly to 2 hours. And this is moderated by the workload, and the workload is related to the number of lessons per session. So we'll talk about that on the bottom where we talk about the workload. So workload here. That's where I'm getting the 60 to. People regulate their lessons per session in order to regulate how many reviews they will have, which is ultimately felt as how much time they have for WaniKani. So oftentimes the 1 hour mark or slightly over 1 hour mark is kind of like a area that I find most negotiable for people, they spend anywhere from 1 to 2 hours a day, right? We're not talking about like 5 to 10 minutes a day, which is a bit of a contrast to other types of app designs or web-based app designs. And then mnemonic retention. This is one of the ways, the methods that, in my opinion, personally, this is what you pay for. So WaniKani, what are you paying for? You're paying for the mnemonics, really. Not the SRS, because like all of these other things up here, like the SRS, is not necessarily what you're paying for. In terms of kanji, vocabulary, that type of coverage, you're not really paying for that either, because the dictionary exists. Like book resources does. But the mnemonics is what you're paying for. The approach to trying to make the characters memorable. And for completionists, I would say I'm like framing most of these things thinking about when they stop. I would say it's probably less than 50%. It would be anywhere from 40, right, down to 30, and up to 50. This is the range, and my thought on this is because it's about around level, when I think about it, we're assuming that levels are proportional. So it's often when they reach intermediate and we'll say level 30, level 25 to 30 is when people switch over, consistent people switch over to self-imposed, self-filtered mnemonics. And that means that the rest are either not retained, or they edit it themselves, or skip over it because you form the foundations, right? The foundations, and it becomes more of a habitual act of associating themselves, as opposed to reading more mnemonics that was provided by WaniKani team. On and off, right? So I would say anywhere from roughly average 40%. So a little under every 2, they might read the mnemonics and it might retain for its use purposes, and then the others completely neglected. And I'll reveal about myself, I do also fall into some of that. HanziHero felt similarly. Okay, and then now we have days per week. We talked about every single day. Now, when it comes to workload, right? Workload can be seen as, oftentimes you're thinking about each level, how long it takes for each level. However, the workload can vary. And the workload typically, when you think about, so this is, we'll say workload is on the y-axis. So the totality of all the things you think about, like how much effort, like how it feels, all the totality is the feeling of the workload. There are 3 or so dramatically dissimilar things that is good enough to approximate. So workload, and then you have days, right? And I actually have no idea how the days work for certain people. So it's going to be a bit of an abbreviation. For myself, we're going to use the length that is relevant to me. So the length that's relevant to me is that at the high end, it is roughly 11 days. 10 and 11. And another important day that I have to highlight is probably 5. 1. 6. 4. these are gonna make sense in a bit. Now, when it comes to consistency, people, it's relatively easy. The shape will look like a straight line. Now, wherever it is. Now, the thing is, it is used as a flat line. However, the workload can shift going up or going down from this. The idea is it's going to be flat. So this would be the consistency is what they want is they try to spread the workload so that it meets so they can fulfill the time requirement or efforts or however the effort time requirement. So it's often trying to keep it as flat as possible. Obviously there's going to be some noise, but keep it as flat as possible. And then this intersection here, right, wherever this intersection here is the tolerable unit. So they operate at whatever is tolerable. Now I can't really speak for how often is it at their max, or is it at their average, or is it at their bottom line? Like there's very different aspects, but generally it would look like this. So each and every day it feels like the workload is evened out, right? And that is achievable in WaniKani. It is quite achievable in a psychological way, I suppose. Objectively speaking, it's difficult. It's probably a lot noisier, right? However, the psychology behind it is you're trying to make it so that it feels like it's a consistent routine. Hence the completionists typically are consistent. They're endurance people, so you feel good by consistently doing something. So consistent completion, right? Now, efficiency does have a consistency thing to it. However, it differs from completionists in quite some way, because efficiency is to be good enough to move on, to move faster, not necessarily to do it because you want to see it to the end. But when it comes to efficiency, there are certain things that I would say. When it comes to efficiency, and if you combine these two, you can probably guess what is a completionist and an efficiency, right? So the idea is these archetypes correlate with something stronger, but if you have a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B, you can imagine that's going to happen. For the efficiency group, it's pretty much, I'm bad at judging proportionality. It's around here, and that is 1 year. And why do I say 1 year, or let's just say 365 days? Because when WaniKani started, or when I saw WaniKani, there's this advertisement about learning 2,000 kanji in 1 year, which is very possible, but that is at the upper limit. And when it comes to the advertisement and efficiency, this was part of an advertisement. So whenever we talk about high efficiency stuff, typically completing WaniKani in 1 year. Now this actually gets much lower. So this might actually go as low as half of that in the pace that they have. And let's just give a round number, 180 days. And the reason why I say this is around level 25 through 30. And the reason why I'm saying that is level 25 through 30, technically it's a little skewed because the end levels are shorter, or it has a higher turnover. But if you manage the workload, then you would get, if you manage the workload, you would still flatten out on the scale. So here in level 25, the reason why is this is when there's a rush for immersion, or there is a, not necessarily a rush, but at the earliest moments of immersion. And you either get someone who quits around, an efficiency person who quits around level 25 to 30, because you might make an argument that, all right, well, we're beyond this, immersion will fill in the rest. Or you rush to complete WaniKani while this occurs. So these are two things that occur simultaneously. So these are 2 points, 180, 365. When you hit 180, the efficiency person will talk about, you can kind of see that I have more exposure to they are much louder. Efficiency people are much louder when it comes to planning, because their process requires more dynamics, and these things are both happening at the same time. So often when you look at WaniKani, you see the 1 year, 2,000 characters in 1 year. That sounds awesome. Is there any way I can do it faster? If it can do it faster, then you would go to that platform, right? So one of the things is, oh, can I get the 2,000 characters in 365 days? That is, if someone asks that, efficiency mindset, right? A completionist mindset would, or a journey person, right? A journey person oftentimes, they will tell you, you get there when you get there. The idea is to make the process meaningful so that you wouldn't have to worry about going back. Like, rushing things is something of a contrary for someone who is a completionist. You get there when you get there. There are other people, there are other archetypes, but I think the completionist archetype also accounts and tolerates various time frames, right? Efficiency is very precise, and or like much more dictated by a specific goal in mind. And then obviously when it comes to this, would translate to the thing about characters, and I'm not quite sure what the character count is. However, if I had to take a wager, it would be somewhere around, for efficiency would be somewhere around 600. 600 to like 800. This is where you expect to sort of cover most of the common. So you would get past to the common characters, so common kanji. And then obviously they can go all the way up to max, right? This would be the full range, and it can go all the way up to that. The decision is made on, the decision is kind of binary. You decide around this time, are you going the rest of the way? That's kind of the thought process. Obviously, completionist is, you might get there, you might not get there. The idea is you're continuing to do the best you can, that type of situation. Completionist is consistent with the consistency type of mentality. In terms of vocabulary, I don't think there's a particular thing. Usually, when it comes to efficiency, I would say it's probably half the volume. And like, we're gonna say actually a little over the volume. We're gonna say 4,000. And the reason why I'm saying the 4,000 is it's gonna be common words. Their focus is common words, not extraneous words, common words. So I would say about 4,000 of them could cover quite a lot of the vocabulary. With or without is integration into the kanji. Common words is the focus. When you're looking at efficiency, you're going to go based on frequency. So frequency is king. Okay, focus on frequency. That's the efficiency of your studies. Get the common kanji, get the common words. You're getting more bang for your buck, right? Learning extraneous words, specialized words, or particular idiosyncrasies can be considered as a low yield, low value, hence low efficiency. And of course, the goal for everyone is to hit N1 as fast as possible, like cover all of them. In fact, when it comes to efficiency, not so much completionist. Actually, completionist is dependent on the things offering, in my opinion, most of the time. For this, when it comes to efficiency, it has to have 100% coverage. Like that is it could potentially be a deal breaker, 100%. Obviously, completionists would also want that. The thing is, it's not quite as mandatory, because largely the time frame and stuff may account for it. So this is it can be a potential deal breaker. Why do I think that the efficiency minded might be a deal breaker? Is that the tool is not complete. So when you start something, you want to minimize the amount of time you need to switch between things. It's not about completing as much as you can or completing as you go. And the whole idea is the satisfaction of completing things and then moving on to the next one and completing things, or working on multiple things and completing them as you go, is making the least number of adjustments while getting towards a goal. So if you have a tool that has everything, that would attract more so the efficiency minded. Completionists typically would see it as a bigger piece of the puzzle. It's a different mentality, right? Like, I don't see WaniKani, I don't see any tool that I'll ever use as a complete tool. You'll hear this pretty often, like, oh, you're not looking, whenever like someone asks, like, oh, can I learn everything I need to learn with this in a very fast time? And then if you meet a completionist, consistency kind of person, they'll say, well, no tool is made perfect. You're going to go back and forth between tools, and you're going to complete and carry different tools. The idea is to find how to complete your requirements. Like, it could be any combination of things. Meanwhile, an efficiency person would say, what is the best way to do something? What is the collectively straightest arrow with the least number of deviations to get there? So in this case, if WaniKani had 100% N1 coverage, it would be far more attractive, right? And when it comes to efficiency, I actually think that accuracy would be relatively lower, but not that much more. I would say the 70 would be the average, and probably even 60% is tolerable. Then it would go up to an 80%, right? I think they are willing to push even quicker at the expense of accuracy. What does this mean? It means that if you're still running into 60%, you can still keep going and you'll still learn things, right? You'll still continue to learn things. I'm saying that they are able to do that. They are comfortable. And when you're going fast, you typically have a higher tolerance for error. It's the cost of going faster, right? At least in my opinion, those who are successful in this lifestyle, they're trying to mitigate how much accuracy they lose at the exchange of speed, right? And oftentimes you can have the other end, the one archetype that I'm omitting, which I'll get to it because I feel like I reflect neither of these a lot of times, and that is the solely process oriented type of person. And I'll use myself as a way to contrast between these. So it's coming up with no surprises. This is very intentional. No, right. And then in terms of times a day, I would say that it's even less tolerable. So the average would be like about 60 minutes, and it would get as low as 30 minutes. I think 30 minutes is often already too long for some of these guys. And of course, it can go as high as 90 minutes. So it's a shift to the left side. So if you're feeling like, I only have 30 days, like 30 minutes, and like I want to cram as much and go as fast, know that we have to keep in mind that WaniKani allows you to figure this stuff out. So you can, like an efficiency person, can still cross all of the reviews, so the workload can still be the same, which I'm going to go down to the bottom to explain that. The workload can still be the same between a completionist archetype and an efficiency archetype. However, at the sacrifice of their accuracy, they also gain time. So you can tolerate lower accuracies by saving more time. So those are the two really contrasting takeaways. You can have higher accuracy, but then your session gets longer if you spend more time focusing on getting it correct, right? The idea is, you might be thinking, well, what if you can have both? When you compare a person with themselves, and if they go faster, their accuracy gets lower, and their rate of mistake correction is actually lower than slowing down and spending more time with a thing. That is not, in my opinion, a subjective thing. It's nearly objective. Nearly. I'll still consider there's some subjectivity that you can make and argue. However, typically this is a human condition. When you slow down, pay attention, right? It gives you time to pay attention. Yes, you could argue, well, subjectively the person could get bored. Like, well, we're equating the boredom to the same person. So when you take the same person and you ask them to do something 3 times as fast, their accuracy will go down and they will notice less ways to correct their error. When they slow down, they will have more time to correct their error and their accuracy will go up. That's nearly human condition. There's no I welcome anyone who have a very cogent and well-developed narrative to provide and argue with me, provide an alternative where that there's some world where a human can rush and accuracy goes up. As they continue to push their speed, somehow their accuracy goes up. That, especially when it comes to mental encoding and active recall. I really have a hard time imagining this. I try. Don't get me wrong. I try, because if that did exist, man, you could help a lot of people, right? If I really did know something about how to get someone to move faster and somehow more accurate at learning new things, right? We're talking about learning new things. When you are learning and somehow you can go faster as opposed to deeper. Faster versus deeper. Deeper wins out on accuracy and correction. Faster wins out on time and repetition. So you get more volume in per time at the cost of quality, right? Quantity over quality, that type of thing. And efficiency tries to, I get it. Some people say, well, efficiency tries to strive to balance the two. Yes. However, it's skewed when I'm talking about language learning. The archetype I'm talking about is the one where they try to use the efficiency thing as the bottom line, as opposed to think of it as an average. And the completionist is even skewed even further. They tend to spend 10 to 20% longer for a 10 to 20% higher requirement in accuracy. Now, it's not always one-to-one because it's not entirely linear. However, we're going to use it for the sake of simplicity. So this is where we're drawing contrast. Now, in terms of mnemonic retention, I actually think this is fairly dramatic. I'm going to say when it comes to this, you might get 30%, right? Then you can get as low as like 10%. And this can go maybe up to 40%, possibly. Largely because when I think about someone who's trying to build for speed, they're usually more reliant on reducing extra information or routine. What does this mean? If you have to remember extra information, can you get around not remembering the extra information? So, like, for example, a large majority of the efficiency people would use WaniKani for the SRS, nothing else. They wouldn't read the mnemonics. They simply use repetition, right? Repetition. All the information already gathered, and simply ignore the mnemonics. Mnemonics take time, right? It's a new routine they have to develop. Efficiency is based on minimizing as few new routines that you need to develop in order to get to the same spot. So one basic routine that exists in nearly all humans is the ability to recognize and memorize. So that would be the basis. And then what they would do for the 10%, as low as 10%, up to 30%, and then 30% average, and then to 40%, is all the leeches. So all the consistently mistaken ones, which they'll have quite a few of them, those are the ones that could potentially have some mnemonic retention. Generally speaking, though, it's entirely optional. When it comes to, like, I rarely hear they're like, oh, like, if you're ever asking for advice and someone's like, oh, don't worry about the mnemonics, I just skip them most of the time anyways. Efficiency. The likelihood is that person is learning kanji based on efficiency. Someone else that argue like, well, I have fun trying to create mnemonics and then like try to learn why they chose mnemonic. That's kind of me. But for a completionist, some people say like, well, I'll try to remember, at least read all of the mnemonics once and see if they're useful to me. Completionist. So that's why there's a higher retention, right? At least in my opinion. That's the comments. I peruse the forum on a daily basis, and you kind of collectively fall into these two categories in some way. Hypothetically, not describing any particular person. And efficiency has an asterisk here. So they probably do things every day. However, the difference here is they're going to do it multiple times a day. Very likely to do it multiple times a day. At least twice. 2 times per day. As opposed to 1 per day. So you could even argue it's double that. 14 in a week's time. And then when we go down to the workload, inefficiency, it has been settled most of the time. It's going to look like this. Now, it also will shift up and shift down. Because consistency in this way, workload consistency, is the thing that makes the train go. Now you can see that it is, and I can assert very strongly, it is possible to maintain any consistent workload, like a range of consistent workload, despite having different times of days, duration, and different accuracy exchanges. You can see that accuracy and time can exchange. These are factors that are very important to the quality of life. So when I pick these factors, I'm talking about factors that can be quantifiable, and they are often used as metrics to inform a person of how they're going. Like, how's it going? Should I keep continuing? Is it working better and stuff? So these are the most common factors that will inform the person, should I quit WaniKani or not? Or am I getting anything from WaniKani? So I'm trying to share those perspectives. So when someone's like, oh, I'm getting around 70 and I'm just going really fast and I got 30-minute reviews, it feels good for someone who is focused on getting the job done as quickly as possible. And then you have individuals like, oh, I just like to go on my pace, and then it's about getting to the end, not necessarily getting to the end the fastest. Your accuracy requirements that I've been talking about, I've gotten the chance to practice some of these archetypes by speaking to various people across like the 500 days, and I tend to use this like archetype as a starting position. When someone asks me, oh, do you think 100% is a good accuracy? Do you think 80% is a good accuracy? When these things align, you can still achieve similar workloads at the exchange of very specific, even having differing goals, right? Now, this is where I come in, right? And this is a great way to, I'm using myself as an antidote to tell you that these are archetypes. A person will have a mix of correlated things. It's often very difficult to predict other people. I chose to represent data like this nowadays because it's my way of showing correlation but not causation, right? These things correlate. Now, when you look at humans, any singular person, it's going to vary to some extent. So how do you make correlation useful to gauge certain properties? You could tweak your goals based on this. So I'm going to illustrate by using myself as an antidote, right? So for myself, which we're going to put right on the personal line. The reason why I chose 502 is because this is where I'm projected to complete. So 502 is the completion date. I am on level 55. It takes roughly every 5 days to level up. So roughly will be around 520. It's actually like 525-ish days. Anywhere between 520 and 525 is when we will exhaust all our lessons, right? I always had intended to complete it in roughly the minimum time in which I do a lesson every day. So once every day, so like these guys, once every day, every single day, right? And that would equate up to 520 days. That's how we're getting it. So we get our 2,000 and our words, right? And then when there are updates, I will probably cover those as well. Right, and obviously then I'll hit here. And when it comes to accuracy, I have a curveball. I actually don't measure accuracy. So for all intents and purposes, it could be 100, it could be 0. However, it's closer to 100 because what I do is I error correct on the spot. And so I don't really, I don't have an accuracy measurement. Usually it will appear like 99.9% of the time. I at least figure it out in some way or shape or form, and I would compensate by using a routine, curating routines and mnemonics and whatnot in order to fulfill those percentages. So I don't actually monitor accuracy. And when it comes to my time per day, now this gets a really crazy thing. So if I were to take an average, right? So average would be 2 hours. Now this is going to be a big asterisk because my workload is asymmetrical. It is not consistent across but for now, the time per day, the average is 2 hours. In this case, when I'm doing these things, the most common pattern that I see are people, they average out their workload, which is down here. So I'll explain that in a little bit once I get past. Actually, mnemonic retention we'll skip for now. And okay, so now we can go to workload. Actually, it worked out pretty well. My workload looks like this. So, I do not monitor my lessons. I do what's called, I'm just going to call it a 0-0 approach, which is a thing unique to WaniKani, I suppose, or any SRS really. Actually, specifically WaniKani and anything that has prescribed lesson planning. Prescribed lesson planning has a 0-0 approach. So a 0-0 approach is to complete all lessons and reviews as a set, so per day. So where the 0-0 is an upper limit approach. I started doing this and just happened to, it was a fun thought experiment. Can I do an asymmetrical, right? Can I do an asymmetrical workload? This was to contrast HanziHero, which was the traditional Chinese course with an SRS system, and that was by default a flat. It was a flat workload. So how does this work out? So the reason why I say the average is 2 hours is because on these days, if I were to take across all 500 hours, originally it started like from day 0 to like 100, maybe even more, like to 200. It took about like 4 hours, I would even say 5 hours. And then from like 300 to 500, it got reduced down to about 2 hours. Now, it's not that the volume changed so that this blip is still here, is that the time that I did, the routines that I did got faster. They got significantly faster. So it's 2 hours plus on these days, and we have 5 hours plus earlier on. So most of the time it's 2 hours plus. At the higher limit would be like 3 hours. That's why I placed 180 as a respect. Now, that means that all these other days will fluctuate. They will fluctuate staggered. So these moments, these days, actually there's only 4 days here. Like there's only 3 days here. And then at day 4, it hits. Day 4 is the last day. So these days they climb down. They typically have lower volume from the initial group. And on day 5s, a lot of times day 5s and 10s, they can be what's called 0-0 days. So, or 0 review days, which I refer to as 0 days. So there are 0 reviews. So basically nothing happens on those days. So technically I didn't, so this was an asterisk here as well. It's technically 7 days per week. That's provided that there are reviews on those days. And some days there aren't reviews. So that's kind of what happens. And this, why is this important? So this is the second half. So there's often a second half. So the second half of the unlocks. And it's lower because it's a smaller proportion. It's not the second half of the volume. It's the second half of each level. So this is a track of a per level thing. Now there's a big asterisk here too. It's per level up to level 42. So once you get to level 43 plus, it becomes a singular day. And that's what I have been working on in the last like 100 days. The majority of the last 100 days, we were working with single week rotations. So it's not necessarily a full week, it's roughly 5 days. So that means we only repeat this cycle. Basically, all hammered in, go down, hammer in, go down, hammer in, go down. So that's why, despite being on level 55 right now at this moment, it's day 2. It takes less than 25 days before I will have crossed 5 levels. Before, it used to take double the amount of time. So WaniKani has this thing where up to level 42, the way things are unlocked, you have to spend 2 cycles unless you do an efficiency approach. In an efficiency approach, you can do more than 1 session per day in order to get the get into this one like area with less days. So that's how they go about it. I only do 1 session a day at all times. 1 session. I never come back to it for another like biological day. I have a sleep period before then, right? Hey, what's up, man? I used to go by Salty on your other account. I see. You did a little experiment this past week for fun just because you were curious? Alright. Alright. Neat, I guess. Thanks for sharing. Alright, so those are my workloads. Now, you obviously, anyone can take this and gauge where their importance are in their workload, but this is where the archetype stuff ends. Now we go and talk about the other stuff, the current state. We cover current state. Now we're talking about our routines and the future, right? So naturally, WaniKani is gonna be moving on at some point very soon. I already foreshadowed that in another 25 days-ish, we will be exhausting our lessons. So where do we go from there? In order to do that, we're gonna go over the routine. So we have lesson routine. So quickly to summarize the last 4 times we did this. So we have our lesson routine. So lessons is encoding. And nowadays, we're gonna do the current state of things. So typically either a character and or vocabulary word, right? We're gonna focus on characters. Actually, we could flow it in on here. So, vocab. We're already assuming that radicals are covered, right? That is a basic default. So, vocab, if it starts with vocab, it will still eventually hit the character routine, right? And when I'm looking at the thing at the top, the idea is we test the characters, test character knowledge. So you try to explain the vocab and or character's meaning by first looking at its read. Actually, not even its read. This is a little bit different. The reason why I can look at the vocab and the character and then think about its meaning is because the first routine I do is a HanziHero check. So a Hanzi check. A Hanzi is now the things from HanziHero, right? So this is a product of HanziHero. Is offering as a recall reference. So a vocabulary comes up and I look at it and I'm like, do I know the Hanzi? Largely because for completion's sake, HanziHero, I have a reference of nearly 4,000 Hanzi. And they already have prescribed meanings to them. Now, how useful is this? Well, I've talked about this. People ask quite often about this when they see me transition between the two. I would say, relatively speaking, greater than 70% of the characters can be used when it comes to kanji and Hanzi. As in, if you were to guess based on what that is, you can wiggle your way to connecting it to each other's meaning back and forth. So this would be the first routine that I do now. I look at a vocabulary word and I ask myself, what is it in Chinese? And it's not because I want it to be the same. That's very different. Is I'm getting to use my Hanzi. I'm double dipping in routines. I'm connecting Japanese with Chinese characters. So I'm connecting kanji with Hanzi. It's a practice that will give me an opportunity to bridge Japanese and Chinese. It's the same with English. Even though some people say like, oh, you're going to be translating the rest of your life, fair enough. I'm still going to be translating for the rest of my life when I look at kanji and Hanzi. It's part of the routine. I want to know the connections between the association between English, Japanese, and Chinese. If I were a little bit stronger, have some time, I could throw in Spanish. But usually it goes like Japanese, it's linked with Chinese, and then I have to do a translation in English, and then that English can be associated with Spanish. That's kind of the routine that I have going. And all that extra time when someone says, oh, you're spending a lot of extra time translating when you want to be fluent in Japanese. I'm like, I'm spending most of my time learning and practicing all of the languages that I'm working on. I'm not separating them because I'm also needing to practice them. So the ideal case is that when I'm learning Hanzi, Hanzi, I can get an extra opportunity to use it as a tool to relate to kanji and vice versa. I actually didn't talk about this. I kind of skipped over this in HanziHero. I forgot to mention it. So this is what I actually do first. And then because of that, I also investigate its relationship with its read. Now, I talked about this yesterday or 2 days ago where it's less reliable, right? This is definitely less reliable in Japanese. In Hanzi, it can be a trigger cue. Hanzi has reliable, like I would say 80% ish have a sound radical. It's kind of like a construed with the sound radical. Japanese, I would say it's in the reverse, like less than 40%. So when I'm trying to look at it, I'm still going to do it. Like, I look at it and say, huh, this kind of looks like a sho, or a ko, or a kyaku. And typically when I'm talking about the read, it's referring to the onyomi. And then I rationalize. Otherwise, I ask myself, is it a kunyomi? And that's all I say. Like in kunyomi, it's all fun and games because everything is fair. Onyomi can hit the place. There's no reason like for somebody to like. It's very fair game when someone says like, but you'll know it anyways, right? What's the point of guessing? Why do you want to guess anyways? The reason for me is I'm practicing deduction. I'm practicing the output of recalling. And when I'm practicing, I'm also practicing my Chinese. Like I'm practicing my traditional Chinese. In fact, when I'm looking at a character, this comparison is also comparing the writing. We're also comparing writing because there are writing variations between the two. I make those connections. There's no reason, there's no goal-oriented efficiency reason for you to do this. I'm practicing deduction. Deduction is the use of a skill when it's appropriate. However, when someone looks at efficiency, it's like, well, I'm already going to get the right answer. I'm already going to get the accurate answer and the real thing. So there's no reason but to get it right the first time. So read the thing before guessing, right? That's fair enough. Like, you'll save time by doing that. And I'm not going to sit here and try to gaslight you on what's the importance of practicing deduction. You can probably fill in the blanks on when you try to solve problems and you have incomplete information, right? The hot take is when you have incomplete information, you might not always have the right answer on hand. An efficiency person would argue, well, I always have the internet at the palm of my hands in my smartphone, so I always have the right answer. Fair enough, right? That person hopefully will continue their life doing everything when they're working and when they're solving problems and stuff to never come across a problem that is novel enough that they don't have a right answer, but they would require critical thinking skills to deduce something. For myself, this is what makes things memorable. So if I wanted to make a TLDR about why do I do this, it makes the thing memorable. If I could remember it and deduce it, that means it already exists up here. It is a active way of telling yourself that you didn't rely on something that you still need to learn. You'll know what you need to know. If you fail to guess something, fail to do something, it will help provide clarity. So the TLDR for why I do this is I will be more active in understanding what I know, what I can know or understand, in this case, what I can understand. And then when I go to encode, I know better what information is missing. So then when I go and do the next step, which I don't get, then I do the read, then we guess the meaning, right? The meaning in some way usually is not the most reliable. Then when we read, we confirm and learn the missing information. And this becomes more like, initially, one thing you have to keep in mind, we're talking about the period between 400 days and 500 days. So the goal when you have foundations, this is foundation practice. So all of this stuff is to practice your foundations. It is less, I haven't talked about this stuff when I was covering my first 100 days or my second, or like even my first 200 days, possibly, because there aren't any, the foundations are still weak. They're being established. However, the way WaniKani is trying to focus on is to create a foundation and things move faster. So when things move faster, I do more. So as my Hanzi and my kanji swell up into, like, we're talking about the combination of both Japanese and Chinese when it comes to characters and their writing variations and their representation and the variation between, like, certain characters having multiple meanings and their desperate meanings between the two languages, we're ballooning up to like 6,000-ish unique character associations, and how they relate to each other is very important to me because I have all of them as foundations now. So as the days get higher, I am looking at things more and more complex. They are far more complex than they seem. When you are at 0, the thing you're trying to do is do like when you're a little kid, right? When you're a kid, you look at it, you memorize it, and you hope that it sticks long enough so that you can build on it as an adult. In my opinion, most people don't do this anymore, even as an adult. When you get older, if you don't have to solve any problems, you don't have to critically think, combine A, B, C, create a conclusion, test the conclusion, see how accurate it is, and still not know if it's correct. It simply is an approximation, extrapolate and deduction. If you don't belong in a career, like you're not in a career that does any of those things, you don't need that skill. So I can perfectly concede that this stuff sounds like a waste of time. It is when you don't do it, when you don't have no application for needing to deduce things with incomplete information in order to get an approximation, and then how do you confirm and test, and then ask yourself, how do you find the missing information? How do you test and look for the missing information? That type of line of thinking is not required for anyone who's looking for an answer that already exists. Absolutely. I still do it for answers that exist because it helps me test what I actually know. It helps me test what I actually understand. It makes the latter decision making a lot easier for me. Not everyone does the latter decision making, and we're about to get to that. And that's this is pretty much the routine most of the time, in a little bit more fleshed out way than the HanziHero approach. Right? So now we get into our review routine. What happens in our review? And this is where I mean by I focus on the process, because the process happens far more regularly than the content. Like, sure, if you have problems with one kanji, it's still the one kanji, right? When I talk to someone who is focused on efficiency, have no interest, not that they're lazy, sort of, They could be lazy, but we're not talking about laziness here. It's not an ad hominem argument. When someone has no interest, right? No interest in higher level comparisons or analyses or creative process like construction and output, then they simply would rely on memorization, recognition, and a trigger. And that is sufficient to probably, it's sufficient. Like people read English all the time. It's sufficient for native language to retain and do all that. Now, when it comes to the review process, this is where it differs, because the things I'm going to say is probably incredibly laborious, exhausting to someone that is an efficiency bound person. It might even seems a little bit more approachable to someone who is consistent and a completionist, because they are more interested in collecting different routines, not curating and refining down to only the things they need. They might be willing to collect this. And for myself, I'm at a really extreme end. I'm far more fascinated by the way I think, the way I'm actively solving things. And all the content that I consume is a byproduct. It's a good byproduct. I might learn Japanese to maybe an N2 level or something by the time we're done with all our processes, and maybe I'll be able to hold some casual conversations, but not fluently. That's fair. The process that I'm doing involves everything I ever do. Like, I prefer to be working on the skill that I use every single day. The moment someone talks to me, I am using deductive reasoning. Emotional intelligence requires deductive reasoning. Listening to someone and conversing with them requires deduction, improvisation, right? Less so predictability, routine, and stereotyping, like assuming ideal cases. It's often the other nature, where you have to extrapolate consistently in real time. So how do you get comfortable with doing that? It's not by assuming things always stay the same and you just keep repeating the same thing, right? And to me, I've already said this at the end of my HanziHero today, one of the superpowers of humans is the ability to critically think in the moment. You can see errors, you can adjust, course correct dynamically in a process that's still, to this day, very difficult to mirror. For better or for worse. Like, it's also very loose. It's also fuzzy logic, right? So when you're trying to get an AI, for example, to try to do that, you're intentionally trying to encapsulate all the fuzzy logic that a human can do. And to some extent, it's great. However, I like to think, I don't see AI as a way to reflect human behavior, but AI to reflect AI behavior. And in my opinion, nowadays, the people who are efficiency bound when it comes to thinking, they want to become AI. Like, their characteristics become very similar to AI. Basically, the questions they ask, the tasks that they do can be facilitated by AI. And then when they do a career, they often ask the question, can they be replaced by AI? And that's usually one and the same. It's very correlating. Not that I'm saying there's any particular person that would be that. I honestly think when someone's livelihood is challenged, the human side kicks in. The preservation, the fuzzy logic, the ethical, moral arguments, those create fuzzy logic. And then when you think about what AI performs worst in, is usually whenever it deals with human fuzzy logic. Like, for example, the housing crisis, or like war, like things that require fuzzy logic in terms of moment to moment. Because if you ask, like, say, a person on AI or a person who's truly trying to be objective, how do you solve, when you ask them, like, how do you solve ultra processed foods? get rid of them. That's the efficient question. That's the efficient answer. Don't make processed foods, right? That is what I mean by humans. It might sound ridiculous, and most people say, well, that's ridiculous. It's oversimplifying things. It's like, but that is the solution. The solution is to remove the source, right? Occam's razor and all that. Efficiency drives that. And I think in my time, the large majority of early on in my language learning journey, the majority of the people are efficiency bound archetypes. They make arguments, they talk about routines that are specifically focused on Occam's razor. What is the least amount of effort? What is the least amount of things I can do to straight arrow my way to memorizing all this stuff so then I can use it and then start worrying about informing deductive reasoning and participating in problem-solving skills and creating memories and emotional attachments. That comes after doing all the stuff. And that's what I mean. It's not like I'm saying the efficiency people never do deductive reasoning, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. They do it later. You objectify language learning first, make it rudimentary as possible, bootstrap the heck out of it, and then you worry about all of this stuff later. For myself, I don't. So whenever someone says, aren't you afraid of applying the wrong pitch accent to Japanese? No. I do it every single day and I try my best to correct it as I go. Because I'm constantly critically thinking and problem solving. You don't have to do that because it takes up time. It's exhausting, it's hard, and it's unrewarding to the people who don't want to do that. It is hard, rewarding, exhausting, and I get better at it. So how do I get better at problem solving and fixing mistakes? Make mistakes and work on them. So while I do sympathize with people who say I scored a 100% on N5 through N1 and then now I should be able to speak, and then you realize when you output something and you're interacting with someone that's dynamic, as in someone who's no longer learning Japanese and who didn't think of Japanese as a efficiency task but more of a holistic humanized task, natural things, then there's a gap between someone who's objective minded, who objectified the language, all the way up to the point where they have to then practice critical thinking and deductive stuff. And what is a skill that involves critical thinking and deductive reasoning? Communication skills. You're talking to another human being that's likely to engage in that. The assumption of assuming that the person you're talking to is the ideal quintessential thing that you objectively train for can still help. Many people would say, oh, it's good to memorize and use repetition of a natural native example. I'm like, yeah, that's great. It will help the transition. It's not going to help you become more improvisational, constructive, and develop ideas and talk about ideas. When you're socially anxious and you're having problems holding a conversation, even with yourself, like right now I'm having a conversation with myself, right? Recording my ideas, explaining my ideas in a flow chart with lines and stuff. If you're unable to do that yourself in your native language, the odds of being able to do that in a target language and speak to someone who is going to be unlikely culturally similar to you, or possibly you're hoping it's coincidentally similar to you, that requires an even higher level of critical thinking and problem solving skills. And sometimes it's called emotional intelligence. And why is emotional intelligence very nebulous, and even possibly some argue there's no such thing? And largely because it's hard to objectify emotional intelligence. Like, hey, if you know how to speak proper Japanese, then obviously the conclusion is that when you go to Japan, you'll be able to speak to 100% of the people with no misunderstandings, no cultural variations, no form of improvisation involved. You can simply speak 100% of the time that you trained. Is that what happens? No. And I really think that ideally, you could say, well, maybe you can count for all of the human variations of Japanese in your studies. It's like, then when are you going to make time to interact with humans? Right? Because the full spectrum of humans is not the same as studying the statistical average of humans, which is what I continue to emphasize here. When I'm talking about the completionist archetype and the efficiency archetype, that is an ideal corollary average. That human itself is unlikely to exist. Very unlikely to exist. Like an average human is not an existing human. I think this is a great way to kind of shout out to John Green, because I remember one of the shorts that one of the vlogbutter videos that he put up. He talked about the average human being. Like, let's talk about this average human being, and he describes a lot of the metrics, the factors, much like WaniKani, the factors, and he was describing this hypothetical average human being, and it sounds all reasonable. However, when you try to find an average human being, like the one that meets all the averages, right? Like when you combine, every time you add another factor, the probability of it being average is going to go down. A human being is not a collection of averages. A human being is a collection of many factors that can be summarized in the human population as potential averages. So you're not talking about any one human, like a collective of any one human's aspect. You're averaging a bunch of humans. They don't exist. The average human does not exist. Like a human with average height, average something, average hobbies, average lifespan, average like emotional intelligence, average, like all of those things, an average human does not exist. The probability gets lower and lower every time you add one extra factor. So the idea is that when you're thinking about these things, like language learning, and you're saying, oh, this character means this, and you're thinking about it in a volume, in a void, in a vacuum, right? 1A equals B. It gets astronomically and exponentially far more complicated when you're trying to feel and internalize a target language. The idea is you start there, and then when you get that moment of clicking and stuff, that's not because you suddenly know all your foundations 1-to-1. Is the summation and the integration of all the information makes you feel like you're capable of holistically have a semblance of consistency where you're improvising, deducing, and kind of like instantaneous, like intuition, right? Intuition. Yeah, it's a holistic process. So in this way, how do you try to encourage that? How do you try to do that actively instead of constantly relying on chance, right? Oh, I'm just gonna go and immerse all day, and then suddenly I'm gonna develop critical thinking and problem solving skills in a target language of which I don't practice myself in my native language when it involves communicating with someone. Well, you do it when you can, and that's kind of my encouragement. Provided, and this is a big asterisk, provided you have enough time. Right? You have to choose. You have to choose to be actively wanting to do this. That would imply that you also make the time to do it. So one thing that I can concede to is someone says, I don't have time for this. Just tell me what the right answers are. Right? And I'll just memorize the right answer. Fair enough. And the reason why I bring this up is because later down the road, you may or may not need this skill. And practicing it every day or practicing it in some way, it's kind of like, hey, speak Japanese or try to learn and immerse in Japanese as much as you can. Well, it's the same it's very similar for most skills. If you're not practicing critical thinking and problem solving skills, when you need it, it will be very difficult. Much like when you're practicing one aspect of the Japanese language, and then when you need to do something, there's a bottleneck, right? Because holistically you require a lot of different things, aspects of Japanese. Critical thinking requires that too. So for myself, I practice that each and every day. So critical thinking is more of a walk in a park. In fact, I actually think creating another language, like using a conlang, would be a very interesting type of topic. And you can kind of see, you can argue with me, well, it's already done. There's a lot of people who are interested in language who does that. Yeah, they're the critical thinking people. So like oftentimes when you think of your examples, when you're constantly thinking about, oh yeah, this polyglot, so cool, like I wish I could do things as easy as them as, and all that stuff. Those examples, in most, I would say I'm willing to wager some imaginary pride, I guess, some imaginary pride or my professional integrity to argue that the vast majority of gold standard people, the people that are archetypically being referred to in like the learning space or even in the language learning space, I haven't met any of them. I also haven't interviewed all of them. I might not even know all of them, but I'm willing to wager that all of them will present something that deals with deductive reasoning and critical thinking skills in their solution to trying it underlies their solution to how to be successful at acquiring new information, using it, and also retaining it. In fact, a lot of times people go on to make exactly WaniKani to apply their critical thinking skills. So like making an app about the way you learned is a critical thinking exercise on how to pass on information while using the information you have learned. Teaching is my incentive for that. So I learned whatever I learned in WaniKani, and I'm doing this very exercise so that I can retain most of my observations, the things I can internalize. This is not scripted. Most of the things I talk about for like 6 hours straight, or when I meet a stranger and they talk about something, it's not scripted. Most of the stuff is through very enthusiastic, not grindy, incredibly rewarding exercise in practicing what ideas can you come up with. So this is the basis of how I remember language. Language is how creative and integrated can I get in learning while using the language. I learn on the one hand, and I immediately learn to explain it. I read something, I put it together, and I immediately try to explain that relationship. When I see an opportunity to explain something that I learned, I don't have to explain it in Japanese or Chinese when I can't do it yet, but at least I will know how to say that particular word, talk about that particular script in the best of my ability. So then it will be solidified and salient. And then when I put the puzzles together, then it becomes very natural. Otherwise, in my opinion, it's kind of like having a jigsaw puzzle with puzzle pieces that don't fit together. Like that's gonna, in my opinion, that's gonna be how it feels when it comes to a human being who has people put the puzzles together for them. So like you can watch someone do a jigsaw puzzle, or you can do the jigsaw puzzle yourself and see how it interacts. You can even have someone tell you where to put the puzzle, and that's kind of what the internet is. People learn languages by having their hand held through the entire process. And I think Drama mentioned something. It gets boring. It gets boring very quickly. I don't think you're intellectually stimulated at all when someone is holding your hand. You don't have to try everything, obviously. Like, there are definitely certain things in life that you don't want to test or leave up to chance. Like, I don't know, going parachuting or something. I get it, right? The idea is doing both. You can do both. You can watch someone's video and critically think about it. Not watch somebody's video and say, okay, that's the only instance of this thing, and it can only happen that way. That's usually not the case. It not only is not the case, it's most of the time it's never the case. Like when you see an example and you think that you're gonna go do it and it's gonna exactly be like that as a human being. I mean, yes, you could be incredibly talented, sure. I guess there are people out there, very rare people, who are able to completely mirror eidetic skills without practicing the skills at all. They can see something and they can completely capture verbatim the video that they watched. I'm not one of those people. So it's a very sobering and humbling, even inspiring witness when I see someone who's capable of doing that. Do I see that and do I believe that? No. I think 90% of the time most people can create a facsimile of what is demonstrated. It is also through deductive reasoning and critical thinking skills that not only can someone reproduce something with practice faithfully, they might even be able to exceed it and improve upon it. That is the most important part, that, in my opinion, that is the incentive of what I'm doing. The TLDR is that I'm not here to simply say, oh, I'm here to imitate. I kind of want to do more with it. So how do you get better at learning a language? Well, let's go test things. You can get worse, obviously. I could introduce a thing that is much worse, much time consuming. The results will obviously speak for themselves. However, the exercise in doing it is required to ever change something, to ever do analytical skills, comparative analyses, and creation. I think the vast majority of my conversations with people who are data driven, who like talk about knowing their correlations and then they provide examples, it doesn't take very long, at least for me, weird flex, I suppose, to either introduce a counter example that doesn't necessarily refute their claims, but more introduce them to other alternatives. It's far more regularly engaging to talk to someone when you're capable of comparative analyses while creating new lines of thinking, like new roads. Like, how do you lead a conversation? It's not by reciting all the things you have already learned, right? You're taking in information and you're leading conversation. So you constantly have to be marrying new information as you're going. Now, there are certain ways to compensate. You can do something so long, so good, so well, and so many times that you can intuit it. I think that's what most language learners, at least in my opinion, the people that I've met, hope that is how they're going to learn the language. And for myself, the answer is both. I don't have to sit here and wait and constantly repeat at like until I grind my spirit away to burnout in order to hope that I'm somehow one day will intuitively, it just clicks and then I'll realize all of my things, right? I don't have to spend the whole time being miserable, at least in my opinion. That's what people, like, that's how it's projected to me, like being miserable, apprehensive, ambivalent, and disinterested in the day-to-day while trying to hope for that. I could do that and this at the same time. So my kind of like PSA in a sense, I'm willing to even engage in social experiments with other people on their journeys, because getting them, asking them each day in, day out when they come by in in months times and stuff, like, oh, what have you been doing? Have you discovered something new? What have you noticed? Those are the questions that involve this. Now, obviously, I'm not that person, so I am only limited by how often that person is willing to engage with me. For myself, I do it every single day, every moment of my life. Like, when I'm speaking to someone, I'm already testing things. I'm already deducing things. It is how I stay considerate, right? If you're constantly stuck in one-track mind and you're all often wonder like, oh, if I start with an idea and the idea ends, I don't know where to go anymore. These are, you can make an argument, maybe you're intelligently deficient, like maybe you can make an argument you're neurologically atypical. Fair enough. I'll concede to that. I'm not here to convince people whether they are atypical or neurotypical. I think that with practice, even someone who is in a current state will have acquired a skill that, sure, it might not be as good comparing apples and oranges to another person, but it will alleviate that concern. The idea that, what if I can't come up with an idea to talk about? What if I have nothing to write about? What if I learned all of this Japanese and I simply don't want to use the Japanese? I prefer to just listen to people, but whenever I want to speak Japanese, I can't. Even in a like a crude way, and always constantly concerned about what if I made a mistake and now I can't unmistake myself. That kind of the things. I know unmistake is not a word, but I feel like it's a very appropriate Gen Z hybridization. An unmistake. How do you unmistake yourself? Like, how do you undo a habit? Those are the kind of things. Well, in my opinion, when you understand how to problem solve, these things at least can be a little cathartic. Like, so what if you created a bad habit? If you have problem solving skills, in my opinion, you might feel a little bit more rest assured. It's like, okay, well, all right, come what may, I'll develop a bad habit, but that habit will be something that I can solve and repeat and use to my advantage, right? All right, so now we get into the review process. What does that have to do with everything I said for 3 hours, like the last 30 minutes? Problem solving skills. So when it comes to the review, that's where most of my attention was the last 500 days. In fact, it wasn't even the last 500 now. It's the last, like, the first 400 days. The last 100, I basically have a routine that was sufficient to account for like 99.9% of my stuff for the time being. So until a new challenge, which I'll talk about in a bit, comes along, we won't really be iterating on this process anymore. So for the review, it's usually, most of the time, again, a vocab, right? So review, I do an intuition check. Intuition. This is that thing that most people hope for, right? The thing that I talked about, where people hope that 100% of the time this happens. That's their goal. They want this to happen. And for myself, I use it as a test. So it's an intuition test. And so far in Japanese, I would say it's pretty reasonable. It's 80%. Yeah, it's about 80%. It's no more than 80%, actually. And that's when you start throwing, it's like, wait, what do you mean 80%? Does that mean you get like 20% of the stuff wrong? No, because intuition is not where it stops. It does stop for a lot of people. In fact, I would say it stops for most people. So oftentimes when the intuition test fails, right, this is equivalent to their accuracy. So you're constantly testing your intuition, and then your intuition is a reflection of accuracy. That's not where I go, right? The next step is when the intuition step fails, we go back up here. So we look at either the vocabulary. If it's not the vocabulary, we start at the character. And then we go through all of that. We go through all of the things. So it's in this order. I go through and test what I know. And then when it fails, it ends up in a confirmation. So I confirm with the WaniKani and I add the missing information. Or I look for the information and I add. So it's either through confirming, learning missing information, plus adding additional information. So adding personal mnemonics, right? Personal associations. So now I'm going through the routine of doing all these things if intuition fails. And generally speaking, when this goes on, we would account for then the other. So this is what I would call the mnemonic and mnemonic/association test. So this is where all the analytical skills come in, right? We analyze, compare, and this accounts for greater than 20% of the rest. So the combination of these two tasks allows me to correct errors, right? Personalize a routine. So this routine here, right? This routine going back here, this is called the troubleshooting loop that I spoke far more in detail when I was developing it, like the earlier days. Troubleshooting loop. So this is self-perpetuating. My ideas and my mnemonics become more and more elaborate. So these things naturally become more elaborate as difficulty goes up, if I have a difficulty. And it is through this that most of the stuff that I talk about, or the things that are important to me, comes about. So that is the quickest way I can think about talking about my review routine. It is establishing the original learning cycle and then constantly building on top of it. Now, there are other things now. So in the future, this is set in stone. So I no longer work on this too often. And there are particular there aren't any, at least in my opinion, particular problems that are coming up. It's largely due to WaniKani's limited scope, right? And now we're moving into the future things. And the future things is, in one word, Bunpro. which I've already started integrating, talking about WaniKani in it. So in the future, I won't be covering WaniKani anymore, right? So where does WaniKani go? When I look at Bunpro, grammar is Bunpro's uniqueness, but there is an overlap in Bunpro, and that's vocabulary. Sometimes grammar, but we're gonna fixate on vocabulary. Now, WaniKani does introduce vocabulary, but they're introducing vocabulary for the purpose of kanji reading, for like reading characters and associating that. However, Bunpro, the vocabulary is used in a form of sentences. So whenever vocabulary is introduced, it is now cross-referenced with the WaniKani routine. So this actually goes back up here. So we do this whole cycle, this cycle that we've been working on. Whenever Bunpro in the vocabulary engages in intuition check, right? Because we already do that in WaniKani. We do an intuition check, and then we check with WaniKani. So that's kind of what I do. I do the character study as I'm encoding, right? As I'm encoding. And then we integrate, and the additional information is the Bunpro information. So things from like jisho and example sentences. And that's where WaniKani is going in the future. So whenever I do vocabulary studies or vocabulary reviews, it will be as a cross-reference to WaniKani. And I would be doing it actively in an active recall and then bringing up reference. So when active recall fails, right, then I would use WaniKani as a reference material. So now I can keep WaniKani on the side, which I don't know how to display that. Maybe I won't, maybe I will. The idea is anytime I'm learning new, remember that this is old vocabulary, but new information. This is a very important point that I'm trying to make, which I tried to make in the Bunpro section, the first 100-day Bunpro review, the tentative text there. The vocabulary itself might be old, which is what I talked about with drama earlier about endings. If your ending is that this, like a word means this, then the ending can stay the same. How you get to the ending can change depending on the information you have. So oftentimes when you have problems with a vocabulary word, more information associated with your existing knowledge can create another way to remember it or enhance and reinforce it. So Bunpro has old vocabulary and some new, but a lot of old ones, but new information. So this is where the jisho comes in, right? The jisho entry, the grammar text, and example sentences. So this is the new thing. So oftentimes, whenever I have to discover a new word or example sentence, we're using a WaniKani routine and bridging. We're trying to bridge the example sentences. And this is what I'm working on now. So right now, it's very similar to HanziHero. We're bridging sentence construction. And I already explained in the Bunpro section how I'm reading vocabulary example sentences, but really practicing grammar. So anytime I read a sentence, I'm practicing the grammar routine, the grammar thing. So in Bunpro, there's this workflow, and I do it as frequently as I can possibly do it across all the example sentences. I'm asking myself, okay, do I know the relationship? What grammar rule is this? What grammar is... As I'm reading old vocabulary words in new information, because new grammar context. For the WaniKani side, WaniKani will specifically become a secondary reference and an active recall reference for anything that I read in Bunpro, because I need to practice those things. I want to retain the character studies, and those character studies will become extra accents or an alternative information base to create. They become the new source of personal association. And I already started this since we started Bunpro. Like whenever I add a note, it would be a WaniKani modified mnemonic device. And I just realized there's one thing that I did skip, right? And now we come back to it. So there's this thing called mnemonic retention, right? And oftentimes when an efficiency person and a completionist that I've encountered, when they talk about mnemonic devices, their retention, they're talking about the actual mnemonic, the WaniKani provided mnemonic. Now, it's hard for me to quantify how much of the WaniKani that is retained for me, because the WaniKani mnemonics is integrated. So it's internalized, much like the HanziHero one. My way of writing and shorthanding my mnemonics is based on their approach of building their mnemonics. So at most, I can tell you that it is at least 60% and greater, because I do not encode or develop a mnemonic without using something that I already learned from WaniKani. How impactful that is, it is always going to be part of my mnemonic. Like every single kana has a mnemonic word attached to it, and over 90% of them are because I've seen it over and over again, because it's part of the process in WaniKani. So like Miss Cho, Ko, Jo, Joe, Joanne, right? Car, saw, yogurt, sexy, right? Row, all of them are part of my foundations now. And it's not 100% either their mnemonic, because I have integrated them into my HanziHero, my Chinese, and all of the other examples. And I've since matriculated and converted that idea by switching some of the radicals. I even made my own, like integrated and tweaked certain radicals to fit my needs and my understanding. So in all cases, nearly all of the mnemonics that I've ever built myself, all the mnemonics that I skipped in WaniKani, or I skipped them by reading them and then modifying them. So technically I'm not retaining the WaniKani thing. However, I'm implementing all of the WaniKani things. So it might as well be 100, or depending on your argument, the weight of what is literally from WaniKani, probably 60%. From my perspective, it's 100%, because nearly everything is built on the foundation and the approach, the process of WaniKani. Now, could I use an entirely different process to remember those things? Absolutely. HanziHero doesn't use the same process, by the way. Like, what I mean is their underlying foundations of how they construct the mnemonic was an entirely different thing. So I could convert all of that Japanese to the same structure, right? That's not the point. The point is to collect multiple routines. So in this way, that is the curveball. So it took me a while to get to the mnemonic retention, because it is built into understanding the process of thinking. So the mnemonic construction involves these things. This little like cycle routine there. So my mnemonic construction now has WaniKani and HanziHero kind of weaved in together along with all my other stuff. My problem solving skills, antonym, synonym. Right? I have a Duolingo routine. I don't talk about Duolingo here. When we revisit Duolingo, which is going to happen because I haven't really completed those projects, largely because I set a 1-year limit. All of this stuff is going to go to that. So then it's going to be different. Like, it's no longer going to be the same. We're going to have many other routines, many other fail-safes. And that's a way to layer all of the knowledge. So I might not be able to remember every mnemonic. However, I understand the process in which it works. Much like I hope one day I remember the process of speaking Japanese, the process of communicating in Chinese. Those are the keys. I'm not here to do like there is another archetype that I typically, it's very difficult to categorize. Like, I picked completionist and efficiency because they're like middle of the road. There are other archetypes. The perfectionist archetype, right? The perfectionist, and then also the speedrunner. Efficiency person is not a speedrunner. That's very different. Efficiency tries to balance certain things. Completionist people try to balance certain things. Completionist is not the same as a perfectionist. The perfectionist is you crank all of the correlations of a completionist up to max, as in they only operate on idealism, on confirmation. A speedrunner is minimalistic. They try to reduce and increase efficiency and crank it to the max. So I chose something a little bit more modest, a little bit more in the middle, right? Obviously, some of the factors that I chose, like over here, have an upper limit issue. You have to extend to the other thing, but I was trying to be a little bit more conservative and chose an upper limit. And all of this stuff is going to come back in another 100 days. Now, the thing I do have to talk about here is that WaniKani will likely go into the background, so I won't be like covering or streaming my sessions after a while. I don't know when. So right now, the next time we're probably going to be considering these things is that, do I do review until all items are burned, right? I don't know. The idea, it's probably not gonna be, because if in another 25 days I'll hit my last like set of reviews or a set of lessons, it would take 6 months to see them get burned. So likely that the current plan is that somewhere around June 25th ish, I'm going WaniKani will be parts. WaniKani will be added into Bunpro. So I will be talking about WaniKani and stuff in the background on the side, or maybe I can try to display it in some way with the Bunpro session. But there will be WaniKani will then go to the background. As in, I won't be recording like the session or stuff. It is assumed that I'm gonna continue doing my reviews as I see fit, and then perhaps when all of these are burned, I can write another thing. We'll write another like a update, maybe like a concluding update. That's probably the plan. Will I do another, like a concluding, like a candid conclusion? I typically call my end sessions of my project on June 25th. Maybe I might do something special for when the end of the project, because for all intents and purposes, this is probably the end. This is if I had to make it, it's very much like a candid conclusion to my stuff. However, maybe I will do a separate thing where, hey, this is the longest project I've ever done. Let's go and reminisce about something. Because it's not going to change very much from this. So for all intents and purposes, while HanziHero is going to continue, I guess officially, this would probably be the candid conclusion. It would be the last time something substantial is going to happen. We're still going to play by ear how it weaves in. So this might be the last, this will be the last WaniKani thing. However, when we cover Bunpro, right? When we cover Bunpro, which will be the rest of the year. So we're there's still like, it's kind of interesting. Bunpro's at what, 152 days? Yeah. So there's still more than half of the year. So Bunpro coverage, so Bunpro's tentative takes are still going to take WaniKani into consideration. So for all intents and purposes, this is going to be officially the last time. So it's both a tentative take and a candid conclusion for the time being, right? Last time for WaniKani. HanziHero is going to probably have a 600 day thing, because we're doing sentence construction. I don't have a secondary application that I'm comfortable with yet for like copyright reasons and whatnot to do. So we're still in the market for something interesting to do with Chinese. For now, HanziHero has another feature where we can add words, we can mine words, and then create sentences. That's a way to create an analogous but a different approach to what Bunpro is applying. Bunpro is providing grammar and sentence construction as an input. And in HanziHero, my relationship with Chinese is a little different, or Mandarin specifically. So we're going to try a different approach where we're going to use construction, so output, as a form of creating new inputs for the sentence constructing and incentivizing grammar. So it's two different routines and approaches that I can compare and contrast for the remainder of HanziHero to compare and contrast with Bunpro. That was the idea from last year, which I took WaniKani and HanziHero and comparatively analyzed them while integrating them together. So it is deliberate. I'm not intentionally trying to do the same thing for multiple things. In fact, my first year was Duolingo, and oftentimes people kept yelling at me saying, it's cookie cutter, it's cookie cutter. You do the same exact thing. They basically just copy and pasta a language and then apply the same system. Yes, I agree with most of them in terms of if that's all you can do. If the only thing you can do is if you are handed a tool and you can only do as much as the tool is instructed, that's kind of like saying you took a knife and someone told you knife is only for cutting bread. In fact, a lot easier topic is you purchased an onion chopper as opposed to purchasing a knife. I'm more of the knife person, where I take a tool and I can imagine lots of ways of using it. So I would buy the tool that has more utility that I can use, despite the tool having a static property. So whenever someone tells me this is the right way to use a highly utilitarian tool, I'm not with you. That's kind of like the opposite effect, where someone says, oh, this is the correct way to chop an apple. I'm like, the correct way to chop an apple? And then how do you evaluate it? It's like, well, it's the most efficient, the safest way. I'll say, okay, that's cool. What about other things like creativity, or like when you're measuring something based on something else, right? Other things and different ways. What if you're making an apple salad and not in eating the apple alone? What about dicing the apple? Things like that. All of them have different ways, and they all have also optimized in different and efficient ways. Language learning is also very similar in that you give me a tool, but I'm not going to restrict myself to just the tool. In fact, that forms the foundation of how to become an intermediate learner. You know, the idea of becoming intermediate, I'm not even sure how this terminology came about, where someone says they're an intermediate learner as someone who has gone through high school and college. You're not an intermediate learner. You're intermediate in the information that you're trying to remember. Like you have an intermediate amount of knowledge. You're not an intermediate learner. In fact, I would say many advanced Japanese speakers have a beginner level of learning. Like, the more restricted your learning is, you're a beginner learner. So those are very important terms to me. When someone says like, oh, now you're an intermediate Japanese language learner, and you know, you have two different types, right? If you're wondering, well, Maku, there's no way there's a difference. Like, okay, imagine this scenario. It's a super common scenario that I encounter on a regular basis. You have two quote-unquote intermediate Japanese language learners, right? Intermediate language learners. And they both have the same knowledge because that's how they're evaluated. Like, oh, you're an N3, so you both have intermediate language learning in Japanese. And then you compare their routines, you compare how they got there, and it's often apples and oranges. It's because they aren't learners. Their learning strategy is not the thing you're comparing, is your content that you know. So you're intermediate in Japanese. That I would agree with, like the quantification of that. The way you became intermediate in Japanese is what I'm emphasizing is important. It is very incredibly important to understand that the way you learn can be, for lack of a better word, maybe much more relatable, could be poorly efficient or lacking complexity, right? The reason why I chose completionist and efficiency is because they're two sides of a coin, if not a cube, or even a die, right? How complete your learning is reflects how complex your critical thinking is. How efficient it is how you apply the complexity of your learning strategies to become more refined and efficient. Not only can you become fluent in a language where you have poor complexity and poor efficiency in learning, that those are still sufficient when you practice something really well. So like you can have the simplest routine with the highest efficiency to reach an advanced level in Japanese, not an advanced Japanese language learner. In my opinion, it's still possible that when you, in the process of learning a language, you become better at learning, as in learning something difficult can promote someone to increase the complexity and allow refinements of their learning process. That's usually what most people talk about when they talk about the benefits of learning something. It's not memorizing the thing. That like, they're, in my opinion, they're not referring to that. They're typically referring to the act of problem solving and critical thinking skills, the extra stuff that is internalized. Critical thinking skills, when you tackle a very difficult problem, like learning a language, when someone says the euphemisms like, oh, doing something very hard pays back in dividends, I think the euphemism here is about the learning process that you gain, that you intuit, not the thing which is also contributing to learning, right? Like when you learn the foundations of Japanese, like the actual content, the rules, when you learn those, they can still help, like they alleviate learning future things. It's not the content that technically made it easier alone. It is that you learned how to connect that information to future information. So in the act of learning something like a language, like a new language, you have promoted. You don't have to like do this, the thing that I'm doing where you like have to explain it or teach it or explain what you have done. You don't have to do any of that. Working on a very hard problem, like becoming fluent in Japanese, allows you to develop and enforce and incentivize an increase in complexity of your learning strategies and skills, and that through the practice of it for a very long time, because something that's hard takes a very long time, you can become more efficient at the complex thing, learning to groom and refine. So most of the problem solving skills that I'm talking about here, I'm trying to vocalize it. I'm trying to explain it, like visualize it. That's not, no, you don't have to do this to feel it or to get it when you're doing something very hard. Because when you're constantly trying to make something hard work, you end up doing all of this stuff. You have to solve your problem of retention, why things are boring, why things keep increasing in time, how do you get faster, how do you time manage, right? And you might, like, then someone would say, well, then doesn't that just sound like school? Yeah, it does sound like school, doesn't it? And then someone says, well, I never learned that in school. Like, you didn't find any of that stuff interesting. It wasn't obligated. When you choose a language or you choose a topic, there's additional motivation. That doesn't mean you won't quit. You will still quit when you run out of motivation. Sometimes school doesn't provide motivation, so you quit even more regularly, right? It's far more quicker when your interest is not in it. Now, when you throw in interest, your interest might not be enough, might not be sufficient either. And then someone's like, well, I didn't learn anything in school. I learned it on the job. It's like, same, right? Same, but different. The job presented the challenge and stuff. In fact, a lot of people do jobs they don't like, but the motivation is obligatory too, though. So when you combine your interest and obligation, those are two sources of motivation. And then you add reward. That's three sources of motivation. And then you add environment, right? Then you have four sources of motivation. Those we talk about those on a different time. Basically, how do you like try to improve? We're not in the sense of min-maxing, but improve your situation. How do you create more happy dollars, as I used to call them, or still call them really? I don't use it very often, but happy dollars. How do you prop the amount of your happy dollars, the figurative, emotional, and motivational source? How do you spend, divest, accumulate, and like gain interest on it so that you can continue to do something difficult enough to incentivize improving your problem solving skills and your critical thinking skills? School may not be enough. Some people just don't, they're not interested in whatever the school has to offer, right? Cue that college might not be enough. Your new job, your dream job, that might be enough. A job that you hate, this still might not be enough, right? The video game that you really like or you wish you would like but you really hate and you try to learn to like it, that's a difficult task. So I'm paying a homage to my earlier digression with drama during HanziHero about video game stories and how he didn't like Witcher 2 because of the potions not being able to predict like boss fights. So you can't like pre-pot before a boss fight because you don't know when fights encounters are, so you effectively never be able to pot up beforehand. But what if you're constantly potting up in anticipation? It's like, well, you can't never know, then you do it at all times to alleviate that. That's kind of being prepping, right? That's the prepping part. That's the critical thinking part. What is the minimum baseline to capture an efficient outcome of things? So I was proposing alternative methods and like alternative perspective, as opposed to chalking up to either bad game design or an inherent desire to have things play out the way you want, right? So those are the, and neither of us, I'm not insinuating or insisting that either of us are close to the actual answer, because without confirmation, like talking to the developers and affirming some of these things, the person's logic and critical thinking skills are what's being compared. And then oftentimes even that, I rarely ever find, it's not about who is right or who is wrong. It's about, in my opinion, the exercise in doing that, because that makes the deduction, the troubleshooting, the evaluation of one's emotional intelligence, many of those things, a lot less exhausting. Learning a language, in my opinion, and what I mean by exhausting is negatively exhausting. So learning a language that you chose to do, like for most of the time, whenever I meet someone new and I ask them, so why did you choose to learn language? Why did you choose to do this? And oftentimes they did confirm that they chose to do it. And then they cite a bunch of problems that they have with it and continue to talk about all the problems that they have. And oftentimes it's a telltale sign that when someone chooses to do something, they didn't necessarily see it as a process in which they exhaust themselves to do something that provides positive stress. Like, you're choosing to do something that creates negative stress. That cortisol level is going straight through the roof. Like, it's consistently going straight through the roof. Like, every single time when you get something wrong, it's going through the roof. My first thought is, why do you choose to do something that is creating negative stress? Usually, if I don't say negative stress, some people will say, oh no, stress is good because I care about this. Stress is making me push harder. It's rewarding when I get it right after being stressed. Right? If you use stress, that's positive stress. So there's cortisol, And there's all the good feely ones like dopamine and like adrenaline and stuff, where when you think you're challenging yourself because you chose to, and you're seeing progress by working really hard, that creates positive stress. When you think it's a chore and you hate it and you wish things can happen, but you chose something and you're learning to love to hate it, that can be a tough situation. So for me, I think more than 50% of the time, whenever I have talked to someone like learning a language, it was rarely, the first thing that comes out of their mouth, in my opinion, is rarely something positive. It's usually something masked in negativity. Like, oh, I'm not consistent enough. Oh, I just feel really dumb when I get this stuff. I'm still working on not being dumb. Like, I'm paraphrasing because a lot of the words they use tend to be very self-deprecating, and dumb is not quite... I feel like dumb is a lot even softer than some people's like, oh, I was just not cut out. I can't learn new things or something like that. And I really dislike that. Dumb is pretty... Also, I don't use it very often. I'm rarely attach it to any particular person. So the idea is, if you choose to do something, I hope the motivation, the happy dollars that you've accumulated when you're choosing to do it, comes back. Like, it provides reward. It provides... Working hard on the things you choose to do is rewarding by default, not draining and crushing. And like, here's something: being anxious and nervous about something you choose to do can be a confirmation that you care about it a lot, and then pulling it off can feel really great. That anxiousness and nervousness is also a telltale sign that you care about the thing you're working on, not because you suck at it or how you mess up or how everything's going to fall apart when you do something wrong, right? That's the contrast. It almost sounds like I'm being dramatic, but I am nowhere as dramatic. I don't think I'm even close to capturing the anxiety and the anxiety and the nervousness that people feel chronically. I don't feel those things, so it's very hard for me to empathize with it. I feel nervousness and anxiousness in the same terminology. However, when you ask me, do I get nervous? Do I get anxious for doing this? Like, I'm getting... Someone's gonna come in and criticize me about my thinking patterns or saying that I made an error here and there. It's like, I welcome it, because then I can benefit from it. I can even add addendums and acknowledge the person who is helping me along the way, right? Because my nervousness and anxiousness comes from looking forward to changing up and becoming better and developing more things. My exhaustion comes from exerting and wanting to become better at what I'm doing. The nervousness and anxiousness that people, in my opinion, that I get exposure to is the fear of messing up. It's the fear of uncertainty, because in reality, it's often due to the lack of practice and the insecurity that grows from not addressing or practicing how to manage and utilize it. So it is still the same source, in my opinion. That nervousness and anxiousness are triggered, and that's a very empathetic point. Like, when you publicly speak, you get nervous. Yes, everyone gets nervous, right? Like, hear me out. The vast majority of humans will get nervous when they have to do something publicly, in public speaking and whatnot. How they manage it, how they interpret it, and fuel it and negotiate it, it's the sky's the limit. Now, I don't have a secret recipe to this. right? In fact, I like to believe that there is some guru out there that would argue there is a secret to that recipe and they're probably selling it to you. I can't account for the validity of that. For myself, I don't care how long I work on it. I do not have a secret recipe for that. One thing I could encourage is that when someone has critical thinking and problem solving skills, they are able to figure that out. They are able to sort those things out. And to me, learning something very hard, like Japanese or whatever you conceive as very hard, honestly, I have a very reductive TLDR and hot take about it. The most hard things in life are all the things you choose not to do. I'm just saying. The second hardest thing in the things that you ever do in life that you need to learn about are all the obligations you chose not to do. So the things you choose that you think are hard are among some of the easiest things to do. Like, in my opinion, taking into psychology, I'm not a psychologist, but I studied psychology. Again, not a practicing psychologist, not a professional psychologist, linguistic person, not even a scientist anymore, right? I'm not a practicing, I don't do research anymore. All of those things aside, fundamentally, syllogistically or logically and rationally, the hardest things, there are far more hard things for one person as a human being than the things they know to be hard. Because the hardest stuff is everything you don't pay attention to, everything you don't know how to do, and everything you choose not to care about, choose to do. Because when it wraps up all together with your emotional motivation, your psychology, and your semantics in your head, you are the worst at all the things that you don't know, don't care about, and refuse to notice. Those are all the hard ones, right? And there are far more of them than the things you do know. So oftentimes, when you're thinking about ranking a system, I like to use that as a perspective check. When someone asks me, hey, do you think Japanese is hard? Well, no. The better question is to ask, is it hard? Is it too hard? Is it hard enough to get me to quit? Well, I chose to study Japanese. It's already easier than all the things that I have either quit or ceased to acknowledge. So, to me, that's how I would think about it. Oftentimes, the things I choose to do, right, are far easier than the things I have to do when I didn't choose to do them. So, what are those things? Grief, aging, social anxiety, I don't know, attention deficit. I don't have attention deficit. At least I don't think. High functioning compulsory mania. Overanalyzing things I don't choose to do. Right? I take it with a grain of salt. I really do mean I don't choose to do a lot of these things. Whenever I speak to someone who says they have OCD or attention deficit or they have particular quirks, they talk about it as though they choose when to do it. That's one of the signs, that's one of the top signs of, or it could be changed or it could be conditionally manipulated. That's one of the earlier signs that whenever I talk to someone, despite me not knowing if I have any of these problems, as in clinically know if I have any of these problems, I use my problem solving skills to address them. So that's kind of the idea. the you have problem solving skills, so it becomes less scary. And that's kind of what I want to end on, I suppose. Is Japanese, for example, or Chinese too hard? Is it hard enough? Is it not hard enough? Right? These are the questions that I answer. Not like when someone asks me what do I care about? I don't care about whether it is hard, as in like, oh, it's objectively hard because it has all these rules and stuff. It's like, is it hard enough for me to not want to do it? Is it hard for me? Is it hard enough for me to quit? Is it not hard for me, not hard enough, so I think it's boring? Because that's a common problem. That, in my opinion, is worth investigating. When someone says something is too hard, I feel like it's focusing on, for me, arguably not the more important thing for doing something. If you're sitting there looking at Japanese and it's like, I always wanted to learn Japanese, but I think it's too hard. And then you go on the internet, and that's what you're going to think. You're going to find every excuse to prep as hard as possible to convince yourself it's too hard. Or you're going to say, oh, I can do this. Let's just go look up the best strategy and the best way to learn something and then stick to that. And then you get bored because it's not hard enough. So those are the two easily top 5 most common indirect problems. I don't think the people that I speak to specifically say it in that manner, where like, oh man, so this is what it sounds like, anecdotally speaking, when someone says it's too hard. They would learn, like they would work on it, practice, and they would say, hey, you know, how do you get more right answers? Like I keep getting, I'm so disappointed by my 70% or my 80%. Like I just don't understand how I could be like 99.9% accurate all the time. That's too hard. That's what it sounds like when things are too hard, as in they think that they're striving for something that is nearly unattainable. So it kind of consistently feel like it's too hard. Like, man, I've been working at this for 5 years and I'm nowhere near fluent in Japanese. Too hard. The thing is too hard. So that drains them over and over again. Not focusing on what they could do better from their current state. They keep focusing on what is too hard for them in the current state. Right? So every time someone's like, oh, I just passed N3. Oh man, it's so far away to be fluent in Japanese. I still have to pass the N1. Too hard. And then now the other way, the more classical way to say something is too easy is, oh, you know, I spent 100 hours searching up the best way, immersions of the best way to learn. And then immediately they're like, well, you know, I don't feel like immersing today. It kind of just feels like I'm doing the same thing. Like I'm just basically sentence mining. And after a while, it just gets boring. Too easy. The thing is too easy. That is the classical response. And in my opinion, variations of that is explaining that the process that they have is too easy. And that's to illustrate that you can go too much both ways. Things have to be hard enough to not quit. So it has to be hard enough to be not boring. It has to be easy enough to not quit. So it's a number line. You're trying to, as I talk about these things, you're trying to be in the middle. It's not all or none, which, again, excuse me for not having no foresight, but this is an upper limit. You imagine it stretched out even further, like maybe 1,000 days and 3,000 characters, right? There's an upper limit, but usually it's in the middle. It has to be hard enough for you to be engaged, hard enough so it's not boring. It has to be easy enough so you don't quit. In both cases, if those are true, typically you'll have something in the middle. So these are archetypes, right? I chose archetypes that are slightly in the middle, like 80-20-ish. Usually humans, like the most successful, in my opinion, the most successful human, they take combinations that end up putting them somewhere in a balanced position. Not, oh yeah, I'm gonna just go ham all on one side. When you ham all on one side, then most of your behavior becomes corollary. In my opinion, when someone goes 0 and 1, naturally then they would correlate 0 and 1. So how can you pick a perfectionist out of a group? They have very extreme things. How can you pick a speedrunner out of a group? They have very extreme things. Now the question is, then how can you pick a learner out of a group? And that's what I mean by, yeah, there might be some guru out there who says, yeah, through my experience, these are the things, and this is the hot take and the silver bullet. I don't know what that is, at least from my perspective. A learner is a balanced approach. It's a holistic approach. Learning is the aspect that is incredibly dynamic. If you're not dynamic with learning, you're learning nothing. Like, you don't learn anything. If everything is the same and you keep the same routine and you are disinterested in ever learning anything, it bakes into everything else. Like, you could say, oh, but I'm watching new movies. You don't learn anything if you didn't do anything with those movies. You could watch 10 movies and learn nothing from the movies. You can memorize the movies. Like, if you watch the same 10 movies over and over again, you could memorize it. That doesn't necessarily mean you learned anything from it. You memorized something, right? One extra bonus example of someone who memorized things and instead of learning things is whenever I ask someone, you know, when someone comes to me and they would say, can you help me out with something? And like, I don't have any motivation to do very much. And I'll ask them, what did you do today? And the first thing they would speak about is they would try to regurgitate literally what happened each day. Like, literally. I think I recently watched one of like a professional psychologist, like a therapist, that was talking about some of their hot takes or some of their anecdotal wisdom. Again, I'm not a professional psychologist, so I like to listen to others and try to pass along the information. It's not a reflection of my own expertise. However, I want to refer to this particular psychologist. Oftentimes when people talk about problems that they need to solve, it's often a mental problem in this day and age. Like, my most common interaction is with people who have mental routine issues. They come off as very specific, memorized, contextual problems. They don't come off as emotional nature at all. So, for example, learning, being bored with learning. When I ask someone, oh, so then what did you do about being bored with learning? And they said their solution is they quit. Like, that doesn't help you solve why. So someone's like, oh, that solves the problem. Like, it doesn't solve the problem. You didn't solve anything. It's avoidant behavior. So, and then and someone would say, well, That's fine. Why do you care? I'm like, if I cared about you, which maybe I should try, right? If that person's asking for my time, I want to care about this person. And the first thing I think about is, if your solution to being bored is by avoiding what's making you bored, right? You're trying to describe your problem. Your problem is an emotional one. And how, when I ask, okay, so why do you feel that way? And their first attempt is to memorize and recall the factors around it without understanding how those factors are associated with the problem, then they never solve the problem because it's never associated with the problem. Like, for example, oh yeah, this game is bad. This video game is really bad. It's boring. And then I'm like, oh, so why do you think it's bad and boring? And they're like, oh, because of this specific design. This design is intended to do this. And this is the specific logical outcome, objective reason in which it is intended to do. So basically it's useless. And oftentimes whenever I ask someone about their emotional problem, which happens to a therapist a lot of times, this is where the therapist that I'm like nebulously referring to, multiple therapists, like 4 or 5 who like to share their wisdom. Oftentimes when the patient comes to see them, they think that when you go to therapy, the goal is to become more logical, not more emotional. Like, what I mean is, it's like the solution to your emotions is to remove your emotions from the equation. Like, there's this, in my opinion, misconception. Personally, I think it's a misconception, and I don't work in psychology, that in order to solve a problem, you avoid the problem. So when you're having an emotional problem, like for example, you hate a video game, that's an emotional problem. And then you try to, when I asked them, why do you hate the video game? And 99% of the things they said was some objective explainer logically on how the design of the things work. And in no way did describing that thing tell me why are they angry about it, or why do they hate that. And that is related to pretty much this, the critical thinking and problem solving thing. Language learning over the last 500 days, to summarize, to make this more of a candid conclusion for the WaniKani experience, I think the vast majority of the posts that I read on the WaniKani site, and like people that I talk to who maybe use WaniKani then stopped, or rationalize that they're only gonna go up to, efficiency, they only go up to 180 days and then move over here because they feel this way, they feel that way. My usual inclination is, I hope that you're taking into account your emotional awareness, because when you think of things solely objectively, you're accepting, right? You're accepting the consequences. Whether you know it or not, you're accepting that your emotions will not keep you from executing any of those things. Like, hey, 2,000 kanji in a year, right? Fatigue, boredom, grind, miscalculations, any form of obligations that affect your emotional well-being or like ups and downs, those, you are accepting that those have no impact. Like, they do not have, they are static and they have no way and sway on you executing the thing. That is the thing you're accepting, right? If you are not accepting those things, how can you tell you didn't accept those things? Most of the stuff people tell me about, like how WaniKani has crappy mnemonics like 50% of the time. Sometimes you're just too tired from work to do the SRS. Sometimes you feel apprehensive about having a bad day on 70%, and then next day you're like 90%, but it goes back to 70% the next day, and it just makes you feel horrible. All those things, and that's what I mean by hyper-objectivity. And that happens a lot nowadays when people spend it chronically on the internet. They spend less time talking to other people, associating with other people, exercising human connection, human problem-solving skills, like empathy, sympathy. Rarely those things. They parasocially attach themselves to data. And you parasocially attach yourself to a content creator that's incapable of reciprocating human responses to you. They can try their best. Again, content creators are not they're not the victims in this, or they're not also responsible for this. They can try their best to create like generalized knowledge that promote well-being. Like what I'm saying now is subject to that very limit. In the future, I might look back on this and someone might refer to this as like, well, the things you said only broadly apply to certain things. Yeah, because it is its own example. What I'm saying here are archetypes. They are correlations. They are things that are set in patterns. Now, it cannot, in my opinion, it rarely ever is sufficient to substitute for personal critical thinking and problem solving skills, because your problems have nuances. And much like becoming fluent in a language, that insecurity with the language is also a telltale sign of insecurity with critical thinking and problem solving skills. Personally, they're associated with each other. If you're apprehensive about every singular detail regarding executing and acquiring a skill, those little details, those little nuances, in my opinion, are inversely proportional to your proficiency in critical thinking skills. If you have critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, those idiosyncrasies are actually kind of opportunistic, because it's a great way to challenge and test and bolster your critical thinking skills. That's when you hear that euphemism that you hear quite often from successful and high functioning people. They like challenges. As in, when they see a problem, they get excited. When they see a controversy or they see a disagreement or something in conversation, their eyes light up. They tend to go towards the challenge, address it, challenge themselves. Not the results, because you can still reach an impasse. You can still fail to solve the problem. It is the exercise of taking on a challenge and coming and learning from it, regardless if it's successful or failure, is what creates what is a really green flag for someone who I'm talking about. And for myself, that's what it is. The more people tell me that Chinese is really hard or Japanese is really hard, or they like compliment me in a weird way, saying like, oh yeah, you're that's really impressive that you're learning 2 hard languages. My first thought is I'm having fun participating in challenges to my own self. Whether it's really hard in the eyes of someone else or what is constituted as very hard, I don't really usually think about that. I think about the next problem to solve. I think about the next thing to solve. Like, in no way do I ever constantly occupy myself with, oh my gosh, Chinese have like 100,000 script. It's like, all right, that's cool. Maybe we'll try to learn like 1,000 of them. Maybe tomorrow, the next couple months, we'll try to learn 2,000 of them. I might get bored and start learning something else. All those things could happen. There is merit to looking at a bigger picture, right? Like, the internet is a great way at truncating a really big process into like a 5-minute video or a 10-minute video. There is merit to that. Balancing that out with the day-to-day understanding of how you're going to solve a problem, how are you going to benefit and improve a problem, is also, in my opinion, encouraged. And I think there's far less of that, the latter, than the former. The former is constantly big. It's so big. Someone told me they wanted to do like something that takes 2 years, then something that takes 4 years, and then something that takes 6 years, and then all of it will be done. And my first thought is, so what are you doing tomorrow? And if you're wondering how did it go, the vast majority of this person that I interact with, like this and this person as in like several over the years, is that they start doing something and then they quit almost immediately after. They do something for 1 week, or like they do something once a week. They do it for 2 weeks and then they never do it again. They start and they might, like some might do it 4 times in 1 week and then quit. Because the first thing they discover is like, oh man, I have to do this for another 365 days, or like that's what I mean. You can step back and look at the big picture, becoming fluent in Japanese, for example. However, that's not all of it. Like, what I mean is you can't simply just look at the whole thing and expect knowing what to do tomorrow or the day after or even a week's period or month period. All of that stuff takes critical thinking skills. Even saying that the big picture is not all there is requires a critical thinking checkpoint. When someone watches a YouTube video and they watch like a 30-minute essay on something and they're like, oh man, I've never listened to a person explain something for 30 minutes. It must be everything in the world. Now I don't have to ever watch another video about anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. Like, oh, this tool, they are telling me this is the best tool to learn Japanese. It's guaranteed that I will become fluent in 6 months. I don't need anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. At least that's personally my opinion. Like, let's just say it's true. They became fluent in 6 months, right? They became fluent in 6 months in the tool. Now they're just not going to do anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. Like, even if a tool does exactly what you want for a year, and it did actually happen, the person knowing that, who has critical thinking skills, would probably end up ahead of whatever that thing is. Like, in the course of that 1 year of doing whatever it is that they're going to do, their goals and all of their performances, it might even be faster. It could be slower because they discover something else that is interesting and they're doing 3 things at once. That is what a critical thinking person is doing. They don't sit there and say, I'm going to turn off my brain and just follow this program, and do not look at opportunities along the way, how you're changing up your style, how you have matured and became an intermediate learner, an advanced learner, because you do not see room for improvement, room for correction, room for more, and room to notice poor things, like things that you don't want anymore. So like, you're not grooming and expanding while you're learning. You threw away your critical thinking skills and say, well, it's easy. I just follow this for 5 years and I never need to think about anything else. Never want to do more. Never consider the fact that in 5 years, the whole landscape might change. Never consider the idea that you are surrounded in a world that's run by people who do have critical thinking skills. You hope, at least I think you hope, that other people have critical thinking skills. Know why? It's a paradox. When you think that you don't need critical thinking skills, and you think that other people have you don't have critical thinking skills, and then other people behave like you, are normal, then they don't have critical thinking skills. So think about this for a moment. Where are you getting your information? If you're assuming that you don't need critical thinking skills and all your friends don't need critical thinking skills, they simply get their information from everyone else, that's illogical. Like, so then you're getting information from people who have no critical thinking skills, right? Or alternatively, which is hopefully in reality, the people who are giving information, you are trusting that since you don't have any critical thinking skills, the people that are giving the information, the people who are disseminating the information, has critical thinking skills in order to give that information. Because otherwise, you wouldn't know otherwise. Like ignorance is bliss situation, or ignorance is misery. Because when and here's where I come in for the most part, when something fails, they don't know what's wrong. So, like, the assumption is that the person that they trusted, the parasocial relationship, like the content creator failed them. Well, you wouldn't know that because you don't have any critical thinking skills. And then you would make an argument, okay, so then I failed and they were right. You wouldn't know that either because you don't have critical thinking skills. And then you're like, well, they're the one that's successfully selling a product. That doesn't mean they have critical thinking skills. You have to understand and see if they do or not. And you have to confirm and do all of that. Like, someone selling a product doesn't have to have critical thinking skills to sell a product. If you're wondering what that looks like, how about any person that uses generative AI to pass it off as their own work? I know that's a pretty hot take. It's pretty topical right now, right? They didn't actually do the work. So it's void of that critical thinking skill. There is critical thinking skill on manipulating a prompt to produce a result. That there is skills in that. That's not the same as saying that guy knows how to make the prompt. Like, make the thing that the prompt spits out. That part, I would agree. The person who's making the prompt, the critical thinking skill involved in making the prompt does involve critical thinking skills. The thing is, that person is selling the product that they didn't make. So then when you when you frame it in that, right? The moment you start thinking, okay, well, then you're going to ask your classmate. You're going to go ask your classmate, hey, can you help review my essay so that I can sell it to people who might care about this? And you know that that person relies on something to compensate for their critical thinking skills. The question you would ask yourself then is, do you really want to ask them to review your product if they are lacking the skills to do so? That is, in my opinion, what is happening right now. So one of the hot takes in my, right now at the moment with language learning is it is very difficult for me. I'm not talking about other people. Despite saying all this, it is incredibly difficult for me to know going into a new area, right? Like language learning, what is the foundation of the stuff people are advertising? Like when someone says, "Oh yeah, read this theory on second language acquisition," right? You can use your presumptions and inference who I'm referring to. Those were the early days. And then they would say like, "Oh yeah, this guy answers all the questions." All right. Spend an evening, read something about this person's theories and whatnot, and then I go back to the person and say, "I don't understand what this answers. Can you explain it to me?" It's like, "Whoa, it's all in there." Like, no, you explain it to me. Like you, the person who says it explains everything, you explain it to me. Not the other person, this imaginary person, not imaginary as in like the person actually exists, the hypothetical person this person thinks, as in when you read a piece of work, whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, this person knows exactly what it is," like you don't know that person. You have a hypothetical understanding of that person based on their work. You didn't ask the person. That person isn't talking to me. You are interpreting this person's work. Explain your interpretation. Explain why you think that, for example, explain why you think spending 180 days in WaniKani at level 25 through 30 is when you start immersion, and rationalize that you can quit WaniKani from now, and in order to achieve all these results, explain how they link up. Because I'm trying to do that, right? Like I'm trying to do that for myself personally. This is an exercise for myself. I would do it with anyone else who's interested. The idea is I'm practicing critical thinking skills. No one asked to say this stuff, right? This stuff is not important to the vast majority of people. What's in green is my personal thoughts. What's in red is possibly what people might think is important. And what's in blue, like various shades of blue, are the range that I see. That's how I laid out my topic. So the red is how people generalize most things about WaniKani, right? The blue is a range of the correlations of the average behaviors that I see that are frequently aligned with each other while using WaniKani over 500 days. And then what's in green are all my personal anecdotes, as in they vary the most. They are the least reliable in reproduction. They can be used to inspire other people's critical thinking skills. So red, 0 critical thinking skills. Blue, observational correlation, as in if you see success, you can notice success, right? So it's monkey see, monkey do. Green is critical thinking. Anything that is highlighted in green is something that I have interpreted based on the red, the easiest to come, right? The information you can gather from an encyclopedia or a dictionary or asking Gemini. And then blue is all the correlations you can stereotype in order to like create a mold or something of a reference model, right? Like a reference model. And then green should be all over the place when it comes to someone who's a critical thinker, right? If you're doing a lot of critical thinking, you have a lot to say about facts that are set in stone, and then even corollary stuff. So whenever someone says, "Oh, hey, immersion is the fastest way," immersion is correlated with the fastest acquisition of insert target language. Typically, for whatever reason, Japanese language learners predicate on that. It's not actually true for other languages. The tendency is specifically for Japanese. Like the whole immersion like movement and stuff, it's far more enriched in Japanese. Now, how do I explain that? I have various narratives that can explain it. It's not going to prove it but I'm using those narratives, those correlations, in order to help inform what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not spending 24/7 hours streaming and advocating for immersion. So clearly my narrative is different, right? That's what happens when I was exercising my critical thinking skills. If I wasn't exercising any critical thinking skills, then the first thing I would do is, oh, let's just immerse. I'll just go watch anime and have a program sentence mine and correlate and generate an SRS Anki deck for me. That's, to me, is lack of critical thinking skills. It's at most taking facts that you can observe, use the correlations that you might understand at first, and then never adjusting them because you don't enter critical thinking skills. Like, never adjusting them as they're going. You simply accept that this is the coolest plan you've ever made based on observational data and correlation, and then you hope that it works out. And that is as far as I got so far. Will I ever become an expert to, like, or maybe a notable enough expert to garner enough influence to talk to experts, right? Like other experts? Probably not. I'm not here to want to become an expert. So, like, much like in science, there was a time in science that I would be conferring with experts, and my colleagues would be the experts, right? That we would spend most of our time in the green zone, in the critical thinking zone. So oftentimes it's inferred that all of the things in red and even most of the things in blue are already locked down. Like, that's common knowledge, quote unquote, conventional knowledge, or even orthodoxy or dogma. And then the green is where you spend most of the time. I can barely get people to critically think about their day, the day that they spend most of the time, let alone talk critically about anything else. So, again, we have to keep in mind that Twitch and YouTube, like live streams, maybe not the greatest platform for critical thinking discussions. So, take it with a grain of salt. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm not calling people stupid and lazy. I'm trying, in my opinion, I think it would be fantastic if the maybe internet changes in the future where less of the thinking is coming from something other than the person themselves. Like, there's so little thinking going around. I often feel like the thing that I want to tell people is that if you find a natural way to encourage yourself to think about things and critically think and have agency over some of the stuff, it might make you a happier person, right? Like, there's an opportunity that you can help people and also help yourself, as opposed to constantly feeling like most of the things are outside of your control. Now, I'm actually specifically talking to the majority of people that I interact with online, not like people I've met over the years in university or a professional career or something. Most of those individuals, they're usually teaching me a lot of things. Like that was most of my life, where before I like maybe became somewhat of an expert or somewhat at something, I was ever grateful. I love being surrounded by people who are smarter than me, or like quote unquote more experienced than me, because that just means whenever I'm around them, I have an opportunity to learn something. It's not so much now. Like on the internet, it's the flip side. Nearly most people are so disinterested in their own lives that they prefer to vicariously live through someone else's life, and at the same time continue to put up as many excuses to explore it themselves. So this is where I would leave with a very positive message. Choosing to learn another language is a choice you made. Exploring every possible way you can engage in the language should sound not exhausting. In my opinion, it should sound exciting because you chose to do this. Exploring things lead to an overall opportunity to promote critical thinking skills. And most things will, in my opinion, become richer. Like being excited about how plants grow, or going out to a tree and just curious about why tree bark is so wrinkly on the outside. Those are the things that create like a wonderful electric feeling in the head. Like lots of things become more interesting. Like you're eating your sandwich for the 30th day in a row and it's the same sandwich you love, and now you're suddenly curious, well, I'm learning Japanese. I wonder what do Japanese people think about eating the same thing 30 days in a row. I wonder what they think about the sandwich I'm eating. I wonder how I'm going to describe the sandwich to a Japanese person. And then you could wonder, does Japan even have the sandwich? Those are the things that, in my opinion, lead to someone who's really embracing their human condition. Because inquisition, curiosity by choice, can very much balance out obligation, response, and tolerance, right? Because there are so many things in your life. It's such an understatement. There are so many things in every single human's life that is obligation, tolerance, and being good enough. When we're talking about language learning, if you know a native language and you choose to learn a second language, that is usually a choice you've made. And it's an obligation you make to yourself. And honestly, sometimes when you choose to do something and you obligate it to yourself, failing yourself can hurt a lot. So try not to fail that part, at least in my opinion. And that's probably the sentiment that I want to end with, because otherwise I'm just going to talk about how exciting it is to learn something of your own choice over and over again. So that's a wrap for the candid conclusion, I guess. The tentative takes / candid conclusion for WaniKani. It's been a wild ride. There's still 25 days left. So you'll see me running WaniKani streams for 25 days. But largely, it's going to fade in the background. And then maybe on the one day that I burn all the stuff, I will have a small little segment about, hey guys, this happened, by the way. And it was still a fun ride, or something like that. So this sounds like I'm saying goodbye to WaniKani. I want to make it clear, we are saying technically goodbye to WaniKani tentatively, in the sense of it's going to disappear literally, right? Like, so streams once we get another 25 days in, it's going to disappear from the stream. And I get this question a lot. People, those who saw me start Duolingo 2.5 years ago, they occasionally come by and say, hey, what happened to Duolingo? I'm like, it's still here, right? The whole out of sight, out of mind, critical thinking skills, right? WaniKani, for all intents and purposes, this will be the last time I'll be doing the introspection without the context of Bunpro. So 500 days, pretty fun time. It was ups and downs. There's still more things to do. So that's the positive note that I probably want to leave on. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. You are more than welcome to pick up WaniKani for yourself. Follow along. Every single one of these days have been recorded and posted on YouTube. Today I thought it was pretty funny. I asked, I was putting a search engine. I was trying to figure out some information about WaniKani, and I put in a search engine, and Gemini, is at the top because I use Chrome. And at the very bottom of the entry, like under the monthly, like the subscription plans, it said for insight about what it's like for the daily activities, like the daily use of WaniKani. It actually cited one of my videos, and it was like some random day, like day 477 or something. That's kind of cool. I thought it was pretty funny, so I shared it. And obviously, as much as it is, it's still an AI search, right, result, so take it with a grain of salt kind of thing. But I did, in fact, showed every single daily session of WaniKani with the asterisks of like the 0 days, right? So other than that, yeah, feel free to follow along. You can go visit my past self. My past self was far more ignorant than my current self, right? And there are possibly certain things that either improved or got worse in my 500 self compared to my 0 self. And good luck, right? Good luck. Encourage yourself. I'm always welcome to yap about most things. I'll make it relate to critical thinking and problem solving skills most of the time, so be wary. Yap, discuss, share momentary stories about our experiences, our strategies. Keep each other motivated to learn, right? Take up challenges, at least intellectual ones. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。いてくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.